Yeah. Yeah. Hello. Ah, I may or may have not had a quick snack before starting. Alright. Here we go. Let's just get everything set up. The chat pop out. Make sure it's set to live chat, because I've done that a couple of times now. Anyway, hello Mikazuki, hello Raphael, hello Wolford, hello Les, hello GD, hello Istri. First time I've managed to make it here. Yeah. Hello Lolka. See, there we go, that's done. Hello Speedy. Alright. Is that everything set up? I think that's everything set up. I mean, there's still the Discord, but that'll happen when it happens. Where am I at, anyway? Alright, so that's unlocked afterwards. Alright, that's right, we started straight off with a cutscene. Actually, real quick, let me just check something. That's not the right thing. There we go. Alright, nowhere near enough. I was just seeing how much Rundum had. Okay, so where did we last leave off? Everything went to shit, if I remember correctly. My back and neck are dying, hate my chair, oof, yeah. That 175 out of 173, yeah. It do be like that. There is that Austrian, not Australian, girl in Discord that pronounced. Yes, I saw the one. I saw it on Twitter. Ringo added me on it. I thought it was hilarious. Alright, let's see then. So, Rite of Spring. No, they offer sacrifice not to that deceased figure, but to the figments within their own hearts. Okay. Okay, random location. So, these are the only ones left of His Majesty's bloodline. Those wretched women were quick at their handiwork. This is the best we can do. Not gonna lie, when I saw this person at first, I saw them before in the other event, but I forgot about that, and my first thought was the, Confessari. There are some similarities. I still say that we shouldn't be treating His Majesty's melodies so frivolously. What do you think we should do, then? I think we should be a little more cautious here. Cautious? Our people are being slaughtered day after day. And you want to be cautious? This is our last chance. Even if bringing His Majesty's bloodline and melodies won't revive... Okay, yeah, won't revive all of His Majesty's powers at the very least. Did I miss something? Did I read something wrong there? Even if... Oh, at the very least. Okay, there we go. How how old am I? 2, 3? That is not even a joke, but some Sarkaz have an easier time in Lifanian because they can pretend to be goats instead of demons. True. And doesn't Inez technically do the other way around? Doesn't she have like goat or ram horns or something and then filed them into Sarkaz looking horns? In the middle of a rundown building, I look around at my surroundings, bewildered. The man who brought me here told me that both my father and mother had already been lynched. At the time, I didn't even understand what lynching and death meant. He even told me that, from here on out, this would be my home. I was going to be part of a grand plan, and if luck was on my side, I could even become Lifanian's next ruler. Do we know Inez's race? Supposedly she's not Sarkaz, but what is she actually? I thought she was, goat or similar. But that might just be because of how the horns looked. Capronate, yeah. Oh, Capronate, okay, yeah. I feel like it was mentioned in Dark Knight. Wrist on... Oh, okay, interesting. He... Oh, yeah, so that bit. I don't get it. I don't get any of it at all. The only thing I understood in my confusion was that I probably wouldn't ever get to go back to my room, where the sunlight beamed in every morning. Who, Ifrit? No, Inez. Didn't I tell you already? It's impossible to make a person into a vessel for the voice of mundane. You knew it was impossible. Did you let any of us know you were against the plan before we started then? And how only after they started to bite the dust are you complaining? Don't make me laugh. No, Let me tell you, this isn't a waste. This is a price we must pay for our success. As long as one of them survives, we won't have to hide out here in the provinces like thieves. Victoria, Ursus, Kazimierz. There are... Kazimierz, rather. Anyway, there are more parties interested in our plans than we can count. As long as we succeed, their armies will help us secure our revenge against those awful women. I'm guessing they're referring to the twins. That day, the lady who had been taking care of us disappeared. Once she was gone, the men who brought us our meals but didn't stay with us started arguing with each other. I didn't understand what they were arguing about. All I knew was that the lady who sang songs for us probably wasn't going to be back again. I know this voice of mundane is supposed to be a name that should be terrifying, but I can't help but laugh at... Yeah, honestly, like, I think... I think I even made jokes about it in the previous stream, just like the voice of the eh. If I remember correctly, this is how the song goes. Oh, there it is. I'm going to go on a limb here and assume this is, Oh, then again, 3 or 4, that could be Ebonholes. I was originally thinking, Kreider, but I don't know. The sky is blue and fine. The breeze lilts by in song. The river murmurs clear. My heart is filled with hope. I think there was more to the song, but she never sang that part to us. What is it this time? Out with it. That's another one of them dead. So what? We're making progress. Next time, we'll move the operating room further away and add some soundproofing material. We'll definitely get there. The weather got cold, and then warm. At first, those men would make a huge ruckus whenever someone disappeared. They gradually complained less and less. Our meals got worse too, but at least we were able to fill our stomachs, thanks to there being fewer mouths to feed. Perhaps this was just how man is meant to be. Before you know it, they disappear. And so did their things too. Like the cane that belonged to the old granny, the music box that belonged to a boy, the wand and originium dice that belonged to an older man. But there were also things that stayed with us, like the song that girl liked to sing. There was a boy who learned the song, and he liked humming it. That's gotta be Crider. Just what are we doing? We brought His Majesty's bloodline under our protection only to send them to their deaths. Wake up! This is a necessary price to pay. To make sure His Majesty's bloodkin can wield his power properly, we have to make these sacrifices. We are learning more and more from the voice of mundane. We'll succeed soon enough. What about those who had died? No. Let's stop these crazy experiments. Let's start over with new identities and raise the few we have left. They might just grow up to become the fine men like His Majesty. Stop dreaming. We need the voice of mundane. So they're basically rebels against the Twin Empresses? Yeah, it seems like it. Or rather, followers of the Witch King, who stayed following the Witch King after. Then, after a year, or perhaps two, I really have no idea. It was just me and the boy. I'd start trembling in fear every time those men came to our room. When he saw that the boy would comfort me and tell me that everything was alright, before standing... Oh, when he saw that, rather, there we go. Before standing in front of them. Then, as soon as they were gone, he would sing the song. My heart is filled with hope. You two have been here for a long time. You may be kids, but you've figured it out already, haven't you? You're His Majesty's only surviving bloodkin, after all. Well, it sounds like there were plenty of them before that. You just happened to get rid of them all. I don't want to make this too ugly. I'll let you decide who will be next. We've made vast improvements to our technology. It might succeed. Most likely. Whichever of you undergoes that experiment might become a really, truly amazing caster. We weren't stupid. The man in the noble attire told us the same thing the few times before that, but none of the others who left with him ever came back. My legs trembled. I looked to the boy next to me. His lips were pale too. I didn't want to disappear, nor did I want him to disappear, but... He noticed my gaze and turned to me, and spoke those words as his lips trembled. I'll do it. When I heard him say that, I couldn't keep myself upright anymore. My legs gave out and I fell to the ground. That's got to be Ebenholz and Kreider. with, I'm guessing him being the, but I don't know. I lived alone in the empty room for 2 whole months. Then, on a rainy night, they brought the boy back. His eyes were closed, and he bit his lips hard, but he was alive. I thought I was a miracle. It was it, not I. Why did I see... I read the I at first. I thought I is how I got there. Ugh, dumb. I thought it was a miracle. But mere days later, he was taken from the room again, never to be seen again, just like the others. He was still humming that song before he left. My heart is filled with hope. A few days came and went, and it was finally my turn. I followed those two. On our way, I saw many rooms that I had never seen before. There were all kinds of devices and equipment inside. We arrived at a small room that was completely white inside. The woman in the spire caster attire told me to lie down on the bed. She was wearing a white surgical mask and gloves, and had a very strange feel to them. She put a mask over my face, and that was the last thing I remember. I was woken up by the cheers. When I awakened, it felt like there was lava burning in my brain and roasting my eyes. The pain lasted. How long was it? Days? Weeks? Months? Nevertheless, as time went on, the pain slowly weakened. In the end, I would get bouts of intense pain that quickly subsided. I waited for them to carry me outside like everybody else, but they didn't. Not only that, they started to fawn on me and gave me more food and let me run outside in the courtyard. They started giving me lessons to teach me how to read, write, and most importantly, use Virginia marks. Very solemnly, they gave me the wand and the Originium dice that belonged to the old man, and told me to cherish them, as they were part of His Majesty's collection. Thereafter, whenever I showed any aptitude for arts, they would shower me with praise. Of course, those days didn't last very long. The twin princesses found out, kicked ass, sent this person. Is this all we'll get with this boy? From the looks of it, even if we pushed him to his hit limits, he would only be able to arm wrestle a single Empress's voice fighter. Before we go further, yep, I do have drink. Perhaps we should adjust his voice of mundane energy fluctuations like the last one. Forget it. What are you afraid of? If we improve... You can't. You dare talk back to me? We had so many verses of the voice of mundane, and this is the only one that can still be played. We had 15 of His Majesty's bloodkin, and this boy is the only one left. If we raise him right, we might be able to flee to another country and buy ourselves official appointments there, and, more importantly, His Majesty's bloodline will continue. If he ends up buggered like the other kid, then the only way we'll have to make it up to His Majesty is by taking our own lives. That's got to be the, yeah, it's definitely those two. The next day, they were gone too. They didn't take their own lives. Rather, it was because the Empress's voice they kept talking about was here. When I sat in the empty room and listened to the screams outside, I couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. After all, they all loved to talk about His Majesty's bloodline, and now what they feared most, the destruction of this cursed bloodline, was finally about to happen. An elegantly dressed man kicked the door in and entered. This must be the Empress's voice. He looked at me and neither lowered his weapon nor attacked. He was probably hesitating. Hesitating for what? I picked up my wand and pointed it at the Empress's voice, and the Originium dice started to revolve around me. As I expected, he dashed towards me unbelievably quickly and struck the brass instrument on my head hard. That strike was the very thing that divided my short life into two wildly different halves. Graf Utica has forgotten how he found himself handcuffed to this chair. His frequent headaches serve as the only reminder that the Witch King's final melody yet lives in his head. His regent, managing the Grafschaft, has told him with scorn that it is an artifact left behind by the one whose name we dare not speak, Voldemort, and that it is no longer separable from his body. But he has no idea how he became one with that thing. There we go. He remembers now. What should he do? What can I do? I guess it's a tutorial. Foundational to a proper performance, the coherence and fluency of the music must be ensured. Waste energy, yep, that's the same. Realigned flux, okay, that's the same. What are you showing me here, then? I wonder. Oh, hey, hello. Pretty much the same team, except the addition. I keep forgetting about that initial dung. It always makes me jump a little. Okay, so this is new. Tuning resonator.
Understood.
Oh, there it is. Weird. It's like something in front blocking the realigned flux. But that's alright. It's the realigned flux charging a resonator with energy. Let's put the resonator in contact with realigned flux for a while and you'll activate the resonator. Once operators are deployed on active resonators, they'll get new realigned flux originating from their position without any connection to a tuba. Understood. Okay. Ouch. Ouch.
There is no hesitating in...
Please do that. Burst resonator active. Let's keep up and minimize the impacts of the excess energy disturbances. It didn't.
do my best.
Bruh. I pressed the skill. I pressed the skill. It did heal, but it didn't. How though? If she got healed fully, it would have taken more hits again. Ah. I can't put anyone anywhere. Oh, now I can.
You better run away soon.
Oh, I was supposed to put that way. That's wrong. What I can do, however, is just do this and just point.
Understood.
What are you up
Please. No! Okay, that's a fail. Okay, I'll just restart it, it's fine.
We failed.
Right, so...
Things end up this way.
So I don't need to panic that... So I don't need to panic about the fact that, she died pretty much.
Understood.
I'm still confused though, because I could have swore it from the health that she lost. The skill normally goes pretty well, but I guess I don't know. It felt weird. It felt like it didn't need as much, but oh, whatever. That's what got me into a panic. I was expecting it to do a lot better.
There is no.
Okay, there. Yeah, no, that's. I remember it being a lot more. Yeah, okay.
Understood.
You better run away soon.
I still don't feel like this has done much.
Got it.
I suppose it does.
Down you go.
I wonder how this would work. It'd be funny if this... Yeah, there we go.
Down you go.
Is it really Adnacule? I mean, it doesn't seem to do much difference elsewhere. I have no idea what this does, but we'll see how it goes.
Locked on.
Okay, there we go. In case you never used a, she's great. I mean, that skill did seem pretty powerful, to be fair. Okay, so those things are... It's interesting that they don't have them around here. Like, you'd think it would mention Resonator or something, but oh well. Moonlight is in Moonlight Sonata, probably, yeah. It's basically art silver ash, but can bombard 360 around her. Okay, interesting. Alright, another 2 choke point. They really love this 2 choke point this time, don't they? Okay, we'll see how that one goes, I guess. I still don't feel overly confident with my lineup, to be honest, but we'll keep going until I can spot something to change. You can't fail as long as you have Perfumer. I have failed several times despite having Perfumer. Never underestimate my ability to be a dumbass. How do you feel? All better now, right? I'm fine. I'm totally fine. I'm sure of it. The both of us are. I'm going out for a bit, so stay put here. You're going out again the moment you feel a little better? I've got work to do. Well, that's fine and all, but shouldn't you at least wait until you've recovered? Don't worry about me. Hibiscus said the same thing. After you wake up, it'd be best to keep resting for a while and monitoring your condition. It's an emergency, one that can't wait, alright? There's not a whole lot of time left until the concert. I think the most important thing to do until then is to make sure you're healthy and well practiced. I'm sure that's what you want to do too. Can you stop pestering me with that right now? Pestering? That's not what I meant. But I have to go, so don't get in my way. I'll be back as soon as I can. So, Cry and Eben are cousins? I'm not sure, really. I don't know to what extent it goes. They could be anything from distant cousins to half-brothers, depending on how direct the bloodline is to the Witch King. Or, yeah, or like, as Terrible said, very distant relatives. When was... When did the Witch King collapse? Wasn't it the 40s, didn't they say? And you really can't tell me what you're going to do. If everything goes well, you'll know soon enough. Oh, right, your suit. What about it? I made an appointment to pick it up this afternoon, but I won't be able to go with you. You should go get it yourself. Remember to bring your cello with you and play a little passage as you're trying it on. Make sure there aren't any areas that feel uncomfortable. I'll be back. You again. Yes, it's me. I'm here to ask you to put this concert on hold, or at least don't let Ebenholz and Kreider play. What did you say? Something terrible is going to happen in the Afterglow if those two play together. So, if what you're saying is true, my recent improvement was due to their so-called false recovery caused by Ebenholz and Kreider. And As soon as this phase is over, I'll become critically ill and my life will be in danger. That's right. You've been around them a lot, so the symptoms will also be a lot more pronounced. Others who've had less contact with them are also infected. Did I say affected or infected? I meant to say affected, but no. And if I let the two of them play together, there's a high possibility that people will die. Correct. Even though I don't know the exact reason, having the two play together seems to amplify the effect they have on... the effects they have on their surroundings. How likely are we talking about here? I can't say for sure right now. Other than me, who else is in life-threatening danger? Over a dozen people from the Afterglow have already been hospitalized in the Cliffy Patio. The Cliffy Patio. In other words, they've already left Ebonhole's and Greider's effective range. That should be the case. I have a clear picture of the situation. Your answer is no. What? I'm not asking you to cancel the whole concert. You can just cut Ebonhole's and Greider's part, or even have someone else perform the duet. If you can prove that their duet will cause harm to people other than me, then I'll cancel the concert right away. But it seems that's not the case. Even you have no idea what would happen if they played together. I can't simply throw away the efforts and aspirations of everyone in the Afterglow over these illusory concerns. The efforts and aspirations... I understand how much this concert means to you, but you don't understand anything. If you truly understood, you wouldn't throw around the word "but" so lightly. Unfortunately, I cannot change the concert schedule on your word alone. Mr. Cherney, please give me a straight answer. What makes this concert more important than the lives of the infected? What are you talking about? Are you suggesting that I'm disregarding people's lives? I'm just saying... Oh. Hibiscus. Miss Ursula? Come take a little stroll, won't you? But... come now. Let's head out and calm down first. We can talk about this later, okay? If everything Gertrude said is true, then Criday won't survive this. No, there must be some way. Some way to come out ahead of both fronts. Cherney must know something. No, he's just a musician. He won't be able to help. I tell Crider the truth. I think that would technically be the best. But what good would that do? I know Rhode Island is a big company, but I'm surprised not many people know of them or think they are trustworthy. To be fair, most of us don't really know that many pharmaceutical companies, do we? I mean, what company makes the paracetamol you buy? And at the similar case, how many people do you know who distrust what they call big pharma? It's not too hard to believe, I suppose, in that regard. But also, I get the feeling that a lot of international organizations aren't super common in Arknights as well. So it's more of like years of fake companies and scam products. There's also that as well. You see that a lot in what is it, Colombia? They have a lot of fake products for infected there. Rhode Island. Someone like Hibiscus is only going to send me back to my cell in Urtica. The Empress's voice? am I even thinking? Is this a suicide mission? No, I've been going in circles. I'm standing out too much. I need to go somewhere less crowded. Huh? Have I seen that man before? Ah, you. Be careful. Definitely, the crowd. Right, the rumour. There was that rumour. I've got to get to the bottom of this rumour. Who knows? There might even be some clues. Or the person spreading the rumour might know something. But it's all up to me at this point. You sure? This is the best opportunity we're going to get. The longer things drag on, the less time we'll have. It'll only make things harder. Alright, hurry up then. I'll go report to the higher-ups. I'm counting on you, Herr Lachman. Oh, it was Lashman or something like that. I don't remember. I'm not good with that part of pronunciation, so I'll just keep saying Lachman. This work is sure demanding, physically and emotionally. It's hard enough spreading the rumours. Now even I have to go there. Sewers? He's heading into the sewers. I'd rather not have to follow him down there. Time to act. Hold it right there. Who are you? Don't turn around. Tell me, who sent you to spread rumours in the Afterglow? You've got the wrong idea. I just happened to overhear. I've been following you the whole time, Herr Lachman. Whatever. And I connected the dots just now. You were the one fanning the flames before, spreading rumours to have that mob accost Hibiscus. You've got a pretty good memory. Speak. Who sent you here? And what were you planning to do in the sewers? What wonderful timing. I am also quite curious as to what Herr Lachman planned to do in the sewers. I suddenly went very Irish there with my Lach. Hmm? Don't turn around, or else. Oh, it's like that meme in the church where, like, there's, like, several people behind each other pointing guns behind each other, and then, like, at the back there's the person with the sniper also pointing at the last person. It's like... Oh, can someone else be behind this mystery person as well? Oh, you look familiar. What do you think will happen?
We'll be fine if we stick
Yeah, it definitely did look like Coffee Man. Oh.
Hmm?
Okay, weak. Only problem is I've messed up the bottom layer.
Now's the time to help everyone out.
Yeah, I've messed up the bottom-most layer. Because regardless of what I can do, I cannot You can retreat. I can. Oh, wait. I can. Because... Or that. That also works, I guess.
I'm so tense. Away from me, please.
Fear not! Here I come!
I mean, that was very convenient. That guy basically just screwed himself by making it easier for me to figure out what to do. He removed the problem for me. You fool. Okay, now this is going to become the problem.
Draw swords.
I probably could have put someone a bit stronger, like,
Awaiting orders.
there we go. Okay, I know this isn't going to mean much. Okay, no, okay, that makes sense. And... boom. Bonk. That was very convenient. Okay, I think what I'm going to do there is this as well for some extra healing. Okay, now that guy's out, I'm going to do this.
Anyone hungry?
I wonder what this will do. Okay, good.
Here's something yummy.
Fun fact, these new mage has no basic attack but spam the hex, which stun op. So basically they do nothing but stun. That's not too bad. It's a bit annoying though, especially if it's up close and personal. Who are you? I told you not to turn around. You let the mark get away. I said, who the hell are you? Easy now, my dear Graf. Settle down. My official identity can be a bit messy to explain, so just treat me as a spy. I am called Beagler. You... Why do you have to jump out this exact moment? The man escaped because of you. Considering he ended up down in the sewers, it'll take him a long time to find another exit. Besides, you stopped him before he went into the sewer. Who knows? Maybe the two of you saw that you were in a disadvantageous position and tried to put on a little show to try and fool me. You seriously think we're in cahoots, he and I? Or are you going to tell me that someone coerced you into going to see Gertrude? Spare me the bad jokes. You're worth much more than he is, Graf Urtica. You can't stop me. When it comes to combat ability, it is true that I can't stop you, but think carefully. This is a job straight from their majesties. Take a look. I've dealt with these things since I was 6. I personally don't mind your snark, but you best show some self-restraint when it comes to their majesties' affairs. Restraint? When you, a lowly spy, figure out that you've got the wrong person, you're going to be the one begging for forgiveness. You don't seem to understand the situation you're in, my good Graf Urtica. But enough of that. Don't try to stall for time here. Come with me. Where to? To where you belong. Don't worry. We've prepared detention facilities for suspects from all walks of life. I assure you, you'll enjoy the finest treatment. Let me tell you something, Herr Beagler. Ready to beg for mercy? Or is it a bribe? In case of the latter, I'd be more than glad to oblige. I doubt a little bit of money is enough for you to let me go. Why do I get the impression you take me away regardless, even after you've pocketed the money? Clever boy. I find you rather easy to get along with, Herr Beagler. You remind me of the Urtica I know so well, where most of the people are just as upstanding as you. I'm honoured to hear that. What I really want to know is what that man is doing in the sewers. But you were the one who stopped him, right under my nose. Well, this is a bit embarrassing to say, but I wanted to resolve things up here. One of my agents likes to tell stories that would make you want to hurl. Of the ones that instantly killed your appetite for the day, the worst all came from the sewers. Ah, if your stomach is upset, perhaps we should go for a cup of coffee to smooth things over. I'd love to, but I'd much rather find out what he's doing down there. I might as well go after him. And this is all your fault, Herr Beagler. As long as you let me head down, you can keep pointing your wand at me. I won't try to run. I will warn you in advance. There will be consequences for running away from me without authorization, regardless of the reason. What kind? Would you put me down? You'd at least be stripped of your status. Even if you're proven innocent in the future, you'd never be able to step into the spire of Urtica ever again. Oh, don't threaten me with a good time. I might be even more inclined to try running now. In any case, since you insist on heading down there, after you, Graf Urtica. I'll be keeping a close eye on you. I feel like he was smarter as the coffee shop owner. As a spy, he's a bit dense. I loved the line, "Don't threaten me with a good time." Oh, I love the sassy emo boy. Hibiscus, this isn't a lecture, but you can't speak to Mine that way. But Mr. Cherney is... There's lots of things he can't say, leaving this old lady to say 'em. Please, come in. Do you know about the do you know how the Afterglow got its name? I don't. Mine once said, "It is precisely because night falls that the Afterglow is even more precious. If the long veil of night were to never lift, what could be more dazzling and awe-inspiring than the warm Afterglow?" It's a wonderful saying, but... Oh, the two over there are Frau Ursula and Hibiscus. Come, come, if you want to chat, do it over here. Why the long face, Hibiscus? Did something happen? If you're worried that my food isn't healthy enough, I also have sparkling water here. Come, come. We're still... Let's oblige him this time. Frau Ursula, what's wrong with Hibiscus? Did she get into an argument? No, none of that. Enough random guessing. I was telling Hibiscus about the history of the Afterglow. Is sparkling water healthy? Not had those before. Yeah, I mean, it's literally just carbonated water. There's not really anything particularly unhealthy about it. It's just water. It just fizzes. The Afterglow's history. Now that's something I couldn't be more familiar with. Not bragging either, but I bet I know even more than Frau Ursula here. So, pure soda. Basically, yeah. I think a lot of the time it's very minerally. They often use quite minerally water for it. It affects the taste at best, don't like carbonated water, and all prefer much more normal. Yeah, I don't know, I like sparkling water, but I don't like when it's really fizzy. It sort of gets a bit, yeah. The Afterglow didn't used to be a residential area for the infected. It was one of Visserheim's industrial plates. Don't underestimate me just because I'm setting up shop over here. Back in the day, I was in charge of feeding hundreds of associates. Industry? Could it be that this place was turned into an infected residential area because of the spread of oropathy due to industrial waste? Industrialization did bring a lot of infected here, but back in Lyfanian's old days, there was no such thing as a ghetto for infected. I won't keep rambling on. One year, Visselheim constructed a magnificent concert hall that shocked the world. But a single order from him, His Majesty, known now as our Afterglow Hall, back then, that's not what the concert hall was called. His Majesty? Which one are you referring to? Oh dear, Hibiscus, let's not worry about the details, alright? If it's His Majesty, I get it. When the concert hall was completed, he still reigned, and nobody dared to say anything. But he left us as quickly and just as quickly, and Graf Stroller, who took over Visserheim, hated this concert hall. Maybe hate isn't the right word, but rather was too quick to show loyalty? Shh, no random guessing. A few years later, the power was issued in order to supposedly improve the treatment of the infected. The Graf at the time took the opportunity to lump the concert hall together with the industrial plate and turned it into the infected ghetto. I looked all over, and before that, there were no such things as infected quarters anywhere in Lyfanian. Count, the Graf at the time, wasn't that the very same Dame Gertrude? It was either her father or her oldest brother, I can't really remember, but it wasn't actually her. Though the Graf at the time designated this area for the infected, he didn't care whether the people in it lived or died. He even had the industrial facilities torn down. Obviously to have us fend for ourselves. So among the nobles, this place became known as the Afterglow, and the concert hall became the Afterglow Hall. The name Afterglow represented the idea that we wouldn't last long, just like the last rays of light in the evening. That's simply cruel and unusual. It was pretty over the top. But for the Afterglow at the time, the word was a perfect fit. Everyone fought desperately to survive, to let the lingering rays of sunlight on the horizon struggle for just a bit longer. We set up stalls, we ran errands, some of us even turned into hired thugs for rich people in other plates. Those were some chaotic years. Later on, her Cherney stepped forward. Stepped forward? He started out as a nobody. He had written a few pieces, but since he was an infected, everything was published anonymously. His works were magnificent, even attracting attention from the fancy folk atop the spires, but once they saw that Herr Cherney was from the Afterglow, they quickly turned away and left. That was until he wrote Morgen und Abend. Ursula would be more qualified to speak about Morgen und Abend than me, so I'll turn the floor to her. Miss Ursula? Oh, it's actually quite simple. The one who taught the piano to mine had a daughter, and she was good friends with him. The two were on very good terms, and they were just about as good as each other. They were awfully competitive, always trying to one-up the other. Sadly, the girl passed away when Mahler was 20 years old. Losing her was a huge blow to him. Day in, day out, he spoke hardly a word. He grew thinner and thinner by the day. Until finally, he showed a stack of sheet music, told me his newest composition. It's his newest composition. And that he wasn't going to publish any anonymously this time. The Gräfin then... She was the very same dame you mentioned. Is Gräfin a female equivalent, or is it, like, heir to Graf, or... I still don't know why, but the Gräfin sought out mine hair. Gräfin, female Graf, okay. So, like, Countess. She became his sponsor, and also went along with all his ideas. She gave him her full backing, finally letting Morgan und Abend carry the journey, and spread it all throughout the Afterglow. Can't imagine that. But I'm starting to understand a bit of what Mr. Cherney meant in his saying. Morgan und Abend was so popular and beloved, the folk in the spires couldn't blind an eye anymore. Couldn't turn a blind eye anymore? They had no choice. They had to acknowledge Mahler's talent. So then Mr. Cherney began to cultivate people in the Afterglow who had musical talent? That's right. Seeing as how we in Lifanian, the one thing we aren't... Or seeing as how we are in Lifanian, the one thing we aren't short on is musicians. I may not have any talent, but even I... Oh, stop it. You're just being humble. A few years ago, you were still playing the accordion while yodeling about your pickled cabbage. Man was the £1 fish of the sauerkraut world. Back in my factory days, I had to gather everyone up for lunch. Way easier to use an accordion than to shout. Anyway, once music became part of the Afterglow, our worst days finally passed. Composing, performing, teaching, making instruments. Plenty of folk publish their compositions anonymously, and most performers can't leave the Afterglow, but still, the money it brought in gave the Afterglow a foot in the door. But before long, Mahler got into some big fight with the Gräfin. A big fight? It looks like a clash of ideas. Not that I understand such things. The Gräfin stayed as patron, but the two have hardly made contact since. And Dante, what's wrong? Tried his grandfather. He's gone missing? I'll head back right away. Thank you very much. See you. Goodbye. Hope to see you again. If anything doesn't fit quite right, bring it back and I'll fix it for you. Please let me see him in the suit. Damn it. It's already so late. Ebenholz should be back by now, right? Hello, V. Wait, did I just hear the Sanguinarch things? That was the skitter sound. Or it might have been the Undertide's skitter sounds. Anyway, huh? What is that? An originium slug.
よかったわね。
Oh, okay. That could be beautiful with the sound effects, yeah. I think it's actually been quite a while since the originium slugs were actually mentioned in the story. Dance Macabre. Oh, okay, I actually know Dance Macabre. We hail from the earth, and shall one day turn to dust upon it, but not today. It sounds like they took that straight from Aragorn's speech. That's the missing line that they didn't use in the movie. Grab your churny. Oh, yes! That's not it.
Doctor, ごきげんよう。私はツェルニー。好みの魅力と上手は、すべて私の音楽の中に注ぎ込んでいます。
Alright, let me see. I need to see him. His Ian voice has great battle lines. Okay. Gunnar Corferi. Right, let me first listen to the normal, the onboard.
I've never been an assistant before. It's a novel experience, but rest assured that I will not be remiss, even if this work is not my forte.
Oh, I quite like that. Well, thank you for subscribing, V. Okay, let's see battle in battles.
Silence, sofort!
Oh no.
Listen or leave!
Oh.
Shut up or else! Get out right now!
I mean, that is basically exactly how I expected him to sound. That is exactly how I expected him to sound. Like, I assumed he was going to be like, you know, the grumpy sort, so it definitely is sort of what I...
I may be exceptionally tired in both body and mind, but I do not want the music to end here. Drawing the final bar line here is perfect. I hardly want any movement of mine to approach tedium. There are times when stubborn pursuit of a technique hinders more than helps. Allowing your emotion to follow the music's natural flow can take you further.
Yeah, let's just see the failure.
Please, don't
Oh,
be
okay.
disheartened. Not every composition is smooth from start to finish. There'll always be a few rounds of polish before you land where you want to.
Not gonna lie, I was expecting him to be more harsh like he was with Ebenholz. So I was expecting him to be like, "You fool! You insolent coward!" Surprisingly caring, yeah. he oscillates between encouraging teacher and get out or else. Alright, let's say, okay, so the talent. Okay, I need to look at that in a moment. Normal attacks deal arts damage when his skill is active. Okay. Reverberation. Resistance +5 deals 50% of Charney's attack as arts damage to the attacker whenever Charney receives arts attacks. Deals 50% of Charney's attack as arts damage to the attacker whenever Charney receives arts attacks. Is that like is that like Fawns? Is it basically sort of like he gets attacked by a caster and then the caster receives 50% of his attack back? Isn't that kind of what isn't that sort of what oh, what's his name? Muinar. Doesn't Muinar have a similar sort of thing? Except I think his does all damage. Or all attacks, rather. But in this case, I'm guessing it's just arts. Penance has that effect too, if I remember correctly. Really? That's quite interesting. That would be really good against, well, a lot of those very strong casters. Or like... Oh... it probably wouldn't work. Muinar deals true damage. He doesn't deal true damage for the reflect, though. But anyway, or does he? Anyway, but his is the highest, 50%. Yeah, that is quite high, though. That is half of his attack, and if you build him up fully, that is quite a lot of attack. Would it work with those Sarkaz casters that, you know, latch onto you and, like, you know... would it work there? Because they go unconscious when they do that, so I don't know if it would work, or if it's so passive that it works while they're unconscious. But yeah, also the flamethrowers. I'm just thinking, like, any caster that has, like, a lingering attack, an attack that does damage over time. It should? Okay, so that would be great against those Sarkaz casters as well, then. Talent works even when stunned. Oh, that's great, then. Because they do a lot of chip damage, which can kill a lot of the operators. That would be a lot of... That would be a big help. And yes, again, the flamethrowers. Outfit. I do remember an outfit is part of the thing. I thought we were able to see the outfits from here. Oh yes, here it is. I remember seeing this in the store, and it is such a 180. It is very tempting, not gonna lie. I don't have 18, unfortunately, but it is very tempting. It's like such a complete 180 from the way it normally looks. It's Dust Metal Crab at the bottom. Yes. I was looking at that. So it's a very interesting looking critter. Look at the bag. Am I being dumb? Because I can't see a bag. Yeah, I do really like the outfit. Music teacher also owns a motorbike stereotype. Oh, the sad... Oh, this. Okay. I'd say briefcase, maybe, but, have you ever pressed bar? Yeah, I've done it before, but... Oh. Oh, that's adorable. Oh, that's adorable. Oh. Oh, the little, Oh, I forgot what they're called. You know, the little attachments. Charms, yes, or keychains, either way. I was thinking charms because I was thinking of, like, you know, in shooters and that way you put them on the gun and stuff. But yeah. Oh, that's adorable. Oh. Chen also have a Tallulah charm. Oh, does she? I must admit, I don't really look at Chen Alter that often. Oh, is it a Tallulah plushie? Okay, interesting. Lessix. We're actually getting really close. Interesting. Alright. Yes, the Dance Macabre. We hail from... Okay, I've read all that. Alright, 2 choke points again. It's not a long event story-wise. No, yeah. I still feel like something's missing in my squad, and I just don't understand it. What am I missing? What's different? I know I've got 3 Vanguards, and that's not normal. I normally only have 2. What is different? Lack of anti-air? That might be it. There hasn't really been any aerials, that might be why. But even then, I've had only Exu as an operator for quite a while. One sniper, 1 caster. That's been my usual go-to. For a decent while, anyway. I've always been very ground-heavy. I've got 2 medics, that's a constant. I normally have at least 1 defender, sometimes 2, but... Fast reaction op, aka panic button. Could it be because I've been playing IS and I've been using Texas support the whole time? Is that maybe what I've been missing? Because I always make sure to focus on that one person for a while. Why do you have Salic? Extra DP, innit? It might be that, but... It does feel like I'm missing someone. I am definitely missing someone, because I do normally have someone else instead of a 3rd Vanguard. Well, I can't really think of who it would be. I know in one chapter I did Myrtle and thingy. Someone like Mountain, I haven't used him yet, I've only just leveled him up. I know I started using Mizuki. I keep wanting to say Mikazuki, that's wrong. Penance? Could be. For a while I did use Penance. I did have Bison for a while as a 2nd. That could... No, but then again, that's still... That's what Gummy replaced. No support leveled at all. No. Even Orchid is... Oh no, Orchid is 55, never mind. I so very rarely use supports. That's the thing, like, I don't know. Poor Stainless, yeah. I like Glaucus, I do like Glaucus. I probably would need to do a bit more there. There's a few here that seem okay, but it's just they very rarely play into my style. That, like, I will either just end up not using them often. Can be broken with DP on attack allies. Yeah, I tried using him before with, I think it was... Was it Puzzle? I think it was Puzzle that I tried using him with, but I wasn't understanding how it was working. To be fair, supporter are that support, you need to build a team around them. I think there are some supporters that I probably would get into using. I probably look at ones that either buff allies or debuff enemies. If I look at supporters like that, I probably would. Oh, puzzle skill 1 and stainless skill 3. Yes, though now that I think about it, I might have used the wrong skills. That might have been why. Actually, no, I wouldn't have had stainless skill 3. That might have been it. That might have been the reason why I wasn't understanding how it was supposed to work, so that's probably not using the appropriate skill. Stainless S3 will let allies attack his devices, letting them charge their skills. Right. Interesting. Also Lord Guards. Yeah. Anyway, I'm dilly-dallying. Glow's a super strong multiplier. Yeah. I quite liked, oh, what's her name? The person with the gravity art. I used her as a support, I used her as a supporter in, IS not too long ago. And she did, Angelina, yes, Angelina. Off you now, see you guys. Okay, have a nice time, Mikazuki. But yeah, I used Angelina for a little while, but then I was like, why slow them when you can just kill them? That's kind of been my philosophy for a while. Didn't have much build support in the beginning, and then I already had standard setup 2 times. Yeah. 2 men strike forward in the wide dark sewers. The sound of water is loud and grating, even more sinister than unbroken silence. Hold on a minute. Make a right here. You sure know this place well? Of course I do. Something every spy should know? The first thing every spy should know. Then I'm sure you've already been working in the Afterglow for years. Trying to get on my good side? Just curious. You're not privy to that information. Disappointing. Damn, this small talk. Somewhere Crown Slayer is crying rather. I mean, it doesn't take a lot to bully Crown Slayer, let's be honest. Why'd you stop moving? There's something over there. That's the oldest trick in the book. Don't even bother. No, I'm serious. Look over there. Something's moving. Beagler presses the weapon in his hand against the Graphotica's heart from behind. His eyes then follow the direction of the Graph's fingers. I feel like someday Crown Slayer will end up being an operator and we just will not know what to do. It's just an Originium slug. You've never seen one of those before? Is it really just an Originium slug? The high and mighty Graf Utica was so scared by an Originium slug that he couldn't even walk. Now I've seen everything. I still think there's something not quite right. Stop being stupid and get a move on. Fine. Wait just a second. Oh. Isn't that an awful lot of slugs? Well, that's way too many. This is going to be a major problem. Run, now. Why are you... It's about to be too late already. Hurry up. Beagler grasps Ebenhol's wrist tightly. I nearly read that as waist and I got very confused. And the two of them sprint through the sewers. Crown Slayer is a 5-star gravel. Do you have a map of the sewers inside your head? If you have the time to quip at me, you'd be better off spending it to catch your breath. I'm not trying to be sarcastic. Every branch we take seriously looks the same to me. Rested up? We just... Then keep running. Hurry. Oh, I can't keep going. That's fine. We just happened to find who we're looking for. We just happened to find who we're looking for. Good evening, Herr Lachman. I am adding way too much her to that. Like, it very quickly turns Irish when I do it. Good evening, shopkeep. Shopkeep? Oh, you don't know a damned thing. But you still have to stick your nose where it doesn't belong. What a pain you are. Wouldn't you agree, Beagler? Agreed. But you're the one who's in real trouble. You provoked all the Originium slugs in this area, and they're swarming towards the surface. As we both know, the Originium slugs in the sewers emit a noxious gas. Oh, is it those ones that break your defense? And what you're doing is tantamount to a chemical attack on the infected of the Afterglow. A chemical attack? But aren't we fine right now? The gas has a much stronger effect on the infected than it does on you, Graf Urtica. Then Cherney and Hibiscus. And Kreider too. Good, you already understand the situation. Lachman, quell those Originium slugs and return them to their original state immediately, or I'll exercise my right to put you down on the spot. It's no longer possible. A lone man can start a fire easily enough, but even if you point a knife at his neck, he won't be able to put it out alone. Does that mean we can just kill you outright then, if you're not going to be useful? What do you people get out of this? What do we get? How do you even know that much? Not interested in hearing your riddles. Pestilence from shadow wanton spouts spews ruin and prelude. Do you really need me to explain it word by word? Let me rephrase. What do you get out of making the prophecy come true? You don't need to worry about that. Good, he shut up. What are you trying to do? Silence him? Just knock him out already, my dear. Mean-spirited spy. Do you have any way of controlling these slugs? If I did, I wouldn't be wasting my breath on him. Then let's get going before it's too late. Glared sharply. You're more than meets the eye, Graf Urtica. Fine, I'll carry him out, and you follow me. Wait, hold up, that's... Ebenholz sees the same thing Beagler sees. Where Lachman has fallen, something silvery is glistening in the sewer wall. On the sewer wall. It's a keyhole. There might be some kind of device inside controlling the Originium slugs. I'll blow the door open. Why are the slugs being controlled? Okay. I thought he was just provoking them. I didn't think he actually was controlling them. Let me see if I can pick the lock first. It'd be bad news if you blew up something important. Can you open it? The lock's pretty tough nut to crack, but it won't get the better of me. While you're working on that, mind telling me what this prophecy is all about? You've never heard of it? Well, whatever, it's spreading around anyway. O'er lofty hills, a fiend steps into twilight's mist to gaze. The blood hides plague within, slow beckons death to creep all ways. Pestilence from shadow wanton spouts, spews ruin in prelude. Fate's finales assemble, woe departs with sun's last rays. Assemble, woe? Right. To be honest, I'm still curious what that last verse means. I'm guessing it means the ensemble would be this thing, the concert, and woe, I guess, is the depression that will come from it. Everything else is already fairly clear. The first verse refers to Hibiscus' arrival on the Afterglow. And the second refers to the phenomenon of forced recovery. You even know about that? What do you think a spy's job is? Now, the third verse is also clear. All that remains is the last one. Where will be the player's depression after reading this event? Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm getting at. It's open. Now, that's something. A laboratory? How the fuck did I just say laboratory just then? A laboratory? Also, why are you finishing it there? Come on. Oh? Ah, it's you. Thank you for organising her journey. The situation outside has gone to hell in a handbasket. Swarms of noxious originium slugs started coming up from the sewers, and a lot of people are already being poisoned. It's total chaos out in the streets now. They're saying this is part of the prophecy, and the panic is spreading through the Afterglow. How did this all happen? We can't do much about people panicking right now. But how about those who were poisoned? They're not looking too good, especially those whose orography started getting better recently. They're having even more violent reactions. Like, laboratory. Oh yeah, laboratory. I forget the Americans say that. We've already contacted the hospital, but the medical staff on the line didn't seem very motivated when they heard that we're in the Afterglow. I'm not motivated? I'll go negotiate with the hospital then. It's too dangerous outside. You better just call. If they didn't care when you made the call, it won't make any difference if I'm the one on the line. This is something I'll have to take care of in person. There we go. But tomorrow is the day of the concert, and if you get poisoned... If these inexplicable events result in deaths, do you think people will be in any mood to enjoy the music, even if the concert continues as planned? I don't want things to reach that point, nor do I want to pretend as if nothing is happening. I'd rather not play a single note than lie to myself. I'm loving how chat is just getting more and more creative with the laboratory names. Oh. Why are there so many slugs? It reeks. Why does this stench? I'll help you. Let's get out of here. It looks like the prophecy's coming true. Nope. Damn pests, stay away. Kraus, get up. Help us. Someone, anyone. Oh. No. Is someone playing the cello? All the slugs are going in the direction of the music. Thank you. Kraus, stand up. Here, hold on to my shoulder. Hold on tight. Let's go, now. Kraus there. Right, of course. I keep forgetting. It's German. They pronounce every single letter of every single word. Oh, okay, it was Kreider that did it. I did get very worried that it might have been What's-Her-Face. Why would the letter be there otherwise? You're welcome. Yeah, I really did think it might have been Arturia when I first heard it. Just because, you know, bad shit's happening, it would make sense. But of course I'm playing this with hindsight, so there'd be no reason to think of her for anyone who had played this first. With Kreider at the epicenter, the tones of the cello spread out across the narrow streets and alleys of the Afterglow. Wherever the cello notes travel, the originium slugs turn around one after another. Isn't he going to end up getting in a lot of danger, though? Because he's got orography too. Those who had been surrounded think the crisis is over. that the poison-exhaling insects will soon retreat to the dark sewers under the guidance of the cello's tune. Talk about Pied Piper. But they are wrong. Both where they can and cannot see, originium slugs make their way towards Kreide. Just waiting for one day. Misread slugs. I feel like, I don't know, I don't normally, I think there was one time though that I did end up thinking that it was a dirty word that was being said and I did actually say it out loud. But it's very rare. Maybe, I don't know. Finally, made it. Now what? Do I just blow all the slugs up with art? Something's not right here. Now what is it, my good spy? The originium slugs are all congregating in one place. A cello? Kreide, what are you doing? Stop that right now! No yelling. It won't do any good and will only mess up your lungs. Help me get through. Oh. I told you, stop shouting. Not gonna lie, Beagler does look quite cool. That's the only time I'm going to admit it. You won't stop playing just because you're shouting, and I won't stand aside just because you aren't. Oh, that's also cool. You know what? Every single piece of artwork with Ebenholz in just looks so good. Even if he does have a chin that can cut through glass, then let's combine forces and clear a path to Kreide. Kreide? Why did I say Kreide this time? I'm getting there. Kreide. I don't think so. I'll head in the opposite direction. Man's just did the peace sign and disappeared. Are you going back to your coffee shop? Yes, we worked together to create an opening. Now we will part ways. I'm sure you can't wait to head back to your shop and study those torn documents you retrieved from the lab, right? I'm so glad the research notes about the voice of Mundane are so much more interesting than the lives of the infected. Kreide's situation is your own damned fault, so you can solve it yourself. Also, if I find out that even a single word in those notes and plans was written by you, just you wait. I'll be waiting, sure enough. That's the end of our chat. We're going, on the count of 3. Ah, that's awesome artwork. God damn it, every time!
Live and let live.
Oh, that's perfect, actually.
Forwards.
Man, that guy is chonky. Oh no, it's you! I remember you from IS2, IS3. You are annoying. One, two, three. Okay.
Speeding up!
Just try me.
I've messed up again. I've messed the streams up. Oh, I've messed it up. Yes, I've crossed the streams. I don't need to, though, do I? Okay. So I've got this point now, which will continue pointing in that direction.
At your service.
Yes.
I'll take the lead. The rest is
But
up to you guys.
I still need to figure out what to do here. Oh, I forgot there was that one there as well. Can't really redirect it there. Okay, I need to put in that though.
Dummies, bring it on.
Okay, kill the guy.
You'll have to try harder than that.
Okay.
Show me what you got there.
Okay.
Draw swords. Doctor! It's my duty to stand here. Ha! Kick ass! Your orders, please. I'll do my best. Your orders, please. I'm ready to fight.
There we go. And then back to doing this.
Positioning. Anyone hungry? You'll have to try harder than that.
Yes, works. There we go. Birthday girl Golden Glow. Oh yeah, it was her birthday, wasn't it? That was all of the that's what all the artwork on Twitter was. Oh god. Damn it, I looked away for one moment.
Anyone hungry? You'll have to try harder than
Nope.
that.
I'm doing it again. I'm doing what I did in the other event.
Doctor, こっちこっち、逃げるよ。今回はどこに行くんだっけ?
I'm just gonna do this time. Very quickly. I think I'll still keep doing that because I might as well set it up.
The rest is up to you guys.
At your service.
And then
I will
that.
not back down.
Oh, it's not done. I thought it got pinged. Never mind. I'm an idiot. Okay. That's gonna be bad. Ah, wasn't that bad. Oh, that was annoying. That's dumb of me.
Your orders, please. Now's the time to help. Face me!
Let's begin.
Alright, this is a little bit messy.
Got it. Shut up. Got it.
I was still wrong. That was even worse.
Can I really?
No, I can do that.
Push forward, Commander! Hurrah! Barrage! Hey, dummy! Bring it on! Just try me! Here's something yummy for you!
Now this should be okay.
Your orders. How's that? At your service.
いいよ。Dice of my specialty! ドクターの言うと Just try me! Dice of my kick ass! Dice of my specialty! I'm here! Come on, show me what you've got! Get away from me, please! 問題ないわ。そういう香りは好き?
You'll have to try harder than that.
Anyone hungry?
There we go. Okay, at least I didn't end up doing what I did in the previous event and just played for like ages. Crater, I'm coming. Stop playing the cello. Are you trying to get yourself killed? That is something I've considered. Huh? I'll draw all the slugs over with the sound of my cello and then burn myself to ashes along with them. Eh? But now that you're here, I probably won't have a chance to do that anymore. Crater, why? Ever since I was little, I knew there was something wrong with me. The infected who spent a lot of time around me, their sickness kept getting worse and worse. My grandpa and I were chased out of our home for it. We started wandering between villages. I always thought it wasn't all infected people. that as long as they didn't spend too much time around me, they'd be fine. But my grandpa's condition finally started to deteriorate, and that shattered my first illusion. After that, Hibiscus told us about the phenomenon of forced recovery. I've already caused such a serious damage in the short time since I came to the Afterglow. If me living brings calamity to others, then I would rather die. It's not your fault. How is it not my fault? Do you know about the voice of Mundane? Now this is a story all about how... Sorry, that was awful. And now that you mention it, I think I'm finally starting to remember. He passively kills everyone around him. I mean, not gonna lie, that would be an interesting talent to give an operator. You know, hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Can we have Grido, please? Give. Yes, I am co-PMing right now. Now that you mention it, I think I'm finally starting to remember. About the voice Mundane. Those who died in the experiment, the Witch King's remains, and you. I remember it all now. Only does damage to infected enemies. Well, yeah, isn't there one that does, like, extra damage to only Sarkaz enemies, or something like that? That's why none of this is your fault. The Witch King and his remains are to blame, as well as Gertrude. But you're innocent. Todophons. Ah, right, yes. I knew there was someone I needed to level up. Shit. Thank you for reminding me that this isn't something I was born with. It was the foul product of an experiment. Jade does extra damage to infected creatures. Oh, okay. I couldn't remember either until I heard the sound of your cello. So I should be thanking you. But what? The situation has already spiraled out of control. I can't even mitigate the harm I cause anyone. I mean, if they put it in you, surely it could be taken out. I mean, there's got to be something. Maybe something in the notes that the bastard ran off with. Besides, if the Graffin's words are true, I keep wanting to say Griffin every single time I read that, then my days are numbered. I might as well do something here. No! Why would I get myself tricked by Gertrude? Voices of Mundane can be swapped out. But mine is already corrupted. Even if I were to transfer it to your... We won't know until we try. Oh. That could be interesting. If it gives it to him, would his stable one possibly soothe it out? If you're already prepared to die, then what are you still scared of? I don't want to hurt you. You can worry about that if something bad actually happens to me. Until then, let's make a wager. Fine. Can you normally feel the melody of the voice of Mundane? Whether I'm performing or casting arts, I can always vaguely feel the presence of the voice. I know this shrill melody well by now, even though it's not at all mine. I know. Mine isn't shrill. If anything, it's gentle, rather. Rather, I should say that it's so harmonious, almost to the point of being an empty void. Let's try our best to match the melodies we've experienced and put them together. Put them together? But we don't have an audience. No, look at the audience all around us. The slugs. Oh! So instead of the possibility of the infected dying during the concert, they kill the slugs instead. And instead of it being his voice going to Kreider, it's reversed. I mean, I'm still not sure if it would work, but I feel like it's got a better chance of working with Ebenholz than the other way around. The Originium slugs? Playing to Originium slugs, the melodies that the old bastard left behind, is quite fitting, if you ask me. Humane, even. And of course, because they're Originium slugs, they have Originium, just like the infected. As soon as the sounds of flute and cello intermingle, both men immediately recognize the problem. There is hardly any consonance between their two melodies. The flute's voice is urgent, manic, and harsh. It speeds up and slows down, as if filled with an urge to drag everything before it into the abyss. Okay, now this is the point where Ebenholz needs to remember what Czerny said. The cello's voice is languid, melancholic, and hollow. Its rhythm remains constant, akin to a land ground down to nothingness by catastrophe. But the two brace themselves and persevere, continuing their duet that is not a duet. The slugs surge forward like a tide. Undertide? Underneath a noxious sky, the two men whose lives have been twisted by their voices of mundane continue their discordant duet, reading the score of a melody they never knew existed in their minds, playing before an audience of Originium slugs. The more Ebenholz follows this train of thought, the more he feels himself approaching the coda of the voice of Mundane's melody. He puts more force behind his breath, while the sounds of Creed's cello grow heavier and hollower. Ebenholz lowers his head to look towards Kreider. Kreider's head has already begun to droop. His hand continues bowing, but the cello sound becomes dimmer and dimmer, getting closer and closer to nothingness. Suddenly, in this moment, Ebenholz seems to realise something. So, he uses his remaining strength to blow one final sforzando. No, sforzando, there we go. Kreider also seems to be struggling, laboriously sawing at the thickest string on the instrument. Their music spreads like an alarm bell. The slugs that had been frantically rushing towards the pair of musicians suddenly retreat just as quickly, as if they have seen a predator. Kreider, are you still with me? Oh. Kreider, are you still awake? I'm awake. How's that? Can you still hear the melody of your voice, the mundane? To be honest, it seems even clearer now. Sorry, I acted without thinking. But on the bright side, we managed to drive away the Originium slugs. Hold on. Kreider, what's wrong? The new suit you bought me. Oh good, it hasn't been soiled. Probably doesn't smell too good though, right? True enough. It's fine. I bet you can't even imagine how much I reek right now. Speaking of which, this wouldn't be the first time I've gotten myself into this mess. That time, fire broke out not far from the Spire of Utica. Instead of going to put out the fire, the Spire's attendants all rushed over to make sure I wouldn't go anywhere. They were afraid you'd run away? Afraid I'd run away, afraid I'd go into hiding, afraid that I'd die in that sea of fire. They worried about you dying. Nearly all the windows in the Spire had arts-enhanced bars and locks, just in case I tried to jump off. I was a prized figurehead. If I went off and died, they wouldn't have been able to endure the consequences. In the end, the flames never reached the Spire, but I did get marinated in the smell of smoke. I wore that smoke-soaked coat for a good half a month and didn't take it off until the weather warmed. And that brings back old memories here as well. After my grandpa and I were run out of our old home, we started to wander between some of the more affluent villages. Most people were pretty friendly to us as long as we hid the fact that we were infected. I've read in novels that during the harvest season, friendly villagers would prepare bratwurst and beer for the day workers at night, so they could eat and drink to their heart's content. The friendly villagers threw some spare change at us and shooed us out of the village before nightfall, in fear that we'd steal things. Less romantic than the stories. The not-so-friendly villagers prepared some rock-hard Schwarzbrot and pointed weapons at us, intended to make us fall in line. One time I was helping a villager out with some farm work. It was really hot that day and I was dripping with sweat, so I wanted to loosen my clothes while nobody was around. Right before I was about to take off my shirt, I heard a commotion not far away. Grandpa rushed over and told me to run, saying that one of the workers rolled up his sleeves, thinking nobody was watching, accidentally revealing neodymium crystals in his arm. The villagers immediately threw him into an abandoned cellar and locked him up, and then sent out to check everyone else one by one. Black bread, pretty dense bread, pretty tasty with some. I have heard it before. I think we've got some here in Spain. Tallulah, we have a village burn. It did literally make me think of the shack that they got forced into in that in chapter 8. If not for Grandpa, I might have also died in that cellar. Died? They actually killed the infected. They didn't need to, nor did they dare. All they had to do was wait for them to starve, crystallize, and explode. Hasn't there been a long-standing law to treat the infected with dignity? I never knew about a decree like that until I first set foot in a nomadic city. That counts as killing too. It definitely does. I mean, it does count as murder, or yeah, death by neglect is considered murder in most countries. And like actual first degree or third, is it first degree or third degree? First degree murder as well, because it's intent. I'm so sorry. I don't know what to say. You have nothing to apologize for. You were also deceived by the Graffin. No, what I mean is, if I had been a little braver back then, if I had spoken up back then, maybe you wouldn't have had to. I'm sorry. Really, you don't have anything to apologize for. Just as you said, the voice of mundane was made by man. The blame falls on those who sought to use the voice of mundane, not on you. I protected you in a manner I could, just like you're trying to protect me now. You're right. Thank you, Kryder. Come, let's find Hibiscus and her journey. They'll know what to do, I'm sure of it. And then we'll have that voice of mundane removed from you. You can thank me properly after that. Let's go. Why? What's the point? You didn't need to. Kryder? Kryder's condition is more or less stable. The reason he passed out most likely has to do with the poison. We've rescued a number of poisoning patients whose signs and symptoms largely match with Kryder's. But on the subject of Kryder's future, the Countess probably didn't lie. Overall, his condition is on the edge of critical. So, you'll help us, won't you? I want to trust the two of you, I really do. But I need proof. Even if it's circumstantial evidence, I need some objective facts to show that the voice of mundane isn't baseless speculation, but part of an imminent plot. Sir? Where have you been? We've been looking all over for you. Lies. Speculation. Lies. Deception. Every day more lies. Sorry, I just immediately thought of that guy in Star Wars. So far we had experimentation on children, trapping and starving infected to death, attempted mass killing of infected, ongoing. So basically it's as if you had the Ursa story and the Columbia story merged into one. So a typical Arknights story then. Yep, pretty much. Can you be 100% sure that what you say is true? What you said to Kryder, do you know that he almost died along with those Originium slugs because of your words? Ebenholz, is that true? Mm-hmm. Had Ebenholz not found him first, you would have never seen him again. I'm telling you, the voice of mundane is real. That I swear on my life. What do you mean? I don't have time to explain it to you right now. I have work to do. But I need to... You're among the most stubborn folk I've ever met. Go to the lounge of the concert hall, and you'll understand everything. Right, the concert hall. Gertrude said she did something to Afterglow Hall to make it match with the arts during the duet. Alright, let's go right away. There's also Cherney. Make sure you bring him as well, in case neither of you can convince the other. I have to go now. I must go, my people need me. Appears... Well, no, sorry. Let's start from the beginning. Disappears. Appears. Drops pretty much the entirety of... I don't know, he practically pulled rank of some description to her. Immediately made her agree with them, refused to elaborate, leaves. So you... Ebenholz and Hibiscus trade glances. They are both suspicious, but they are also running out of time. Mans comes in, guilt trips her, tells her what to do, and just like that. Verklate Nacht. No. I don't think I'll ever... How do you pronounce the A with the two dots? Is it an A, is it an R, is it an E? Is it Verklate? I don't know. So that's all like an E sound. Or an E. You pronounced it right the last time. So verklärte Nacht. Or close, eh? It's good enough for government. Good enough for government work. I wish we had roadblocks. I really wish we had roadblocks. Also, I'm glad we're finally getting the mirrors again. We had them right back at the very first tutorial, and then they never saw them ever again. I do hear a little bit of Moonlight Sonata in this piano. Wait, what do you mean ones that look like small mirrors but aren't? Oh, do you mean like the little things that look a little bit like the Originium mortars? Like the blue triangle thingamajigs? I'm impressed that you managed to spell it as knack both times. He's not here. Mein Herr stepped out a while ago. He left. He's off to the hospital just outside the Afterglow to talk treatment for infected who got poisoned. Oh, speaking. What's this, Mein Herr? The hospital... I managed to twist the arms of the largest two and got them to sign contracts. But as for the rest, there's no hope. But Rhode Island signed an agreement with those hospitals. Oh, I didn't notice you were here as well. There's no point. Rhode Island's contracts are limited to symptoms caused by neuropathy itself. They have ample grounds to not treat infected patients who've fallen ill from poisoning. But, Mein Herr, you got those two hospitals. That should be enough, right? Enough? Of course it's enough. I put every copyright I hold down as collateral. Of course the consortium behind them thinks that's enough. Don't tell me you transferred all your copyrights over to that consortium. I did, not just the existing copyrights. I even sold the distribution rights for tomorrow's concert to them. Now I can start from scratch. Well, shit. Mein Herr. It's fine, he's a playable operator. Hey you're finally awake. You're awake. Mr. Cherney, you didn't take any precautionary measures when you went out, did you? You're talking about the fumes from those Originium slugs? I didn't waste a single second getting those contract signed. That's all that mattered to me when I left. Promise me you'll never be that reckless ever again. Ever again? Are you saying I still have time left to live? That's why I'm here. You never want to see a doctor until your body gives out on you. Thank you, Hibiscus. I'm just doing my job. That reminds me. Why haven't you said anything, Ebenholz? Are you thinking of throwing in the towel now after that the Afterglow is too dangerous? I'll tell you straight. Now that we've come this far, the concert must go on. Don't even think about running. Don't even think about running, huh? Do you think he'd accept it now? Give it a moment. It seems like you're not here to tell me you're quitting the concert. No, I'm not here to tell you I'm quitting the concert. What do you mean by we have only one dead playable operator? As far as I'm aware, there is no, there is no what's-her-face in this game. Ebenholz, you repeat what others say when you get nervous. I've noticed it from the very beginning. Shit, what's her name? The one from Honkai. God, how can I forget? If you have something to say, just spit it out. You think there's anything I wouldn't be able to accept in the state I am now? Cut, fades in again. Absolutely not. That's just what I feel like. Miss Cherney, here, water. Damn that Gertrude. I want to think. I want to imagine that he asked for water just so he can grab it and then smash it out of anger. And you, how could you possibly go along with a plan like that? Curse me for thinking you had some creative talent. And this is what you use it for? Some evil plot? It wasn't my intention. How could it not be? Haven't you answered to that crazy woman from the very beginning? Cherney, I still remember what you said. Even deeply rooted hatred can still be pure music as long as it is expressed with the right technique. I did say that, but what comes next? What are you trying to express? To be honest, I'm already starting to find my old way of thinking quite laughable. But what I wish to pursue is nothing more than freedom. Freedom. A longing for freedom, is it? That's right. You've got a long way to go before you can express that using music. This has long been a deeply rooted experience for me. Otherwise, I would not have come to you. Come now. Where are we going? Where else? The concert hall. Gertrude managed to keep me out of the lounge with her little tricks last time, but we're going to get to the bottom of this. I love that you say her little tricks as if you decided not to go in simply because she was in there. Her little trick, of course, being her presence. But your health. Instead of sitting here popping blood vessels over him and that woman, I might as well go see what they're up to. Ebenholz, did Gertrude ever tell you if she did anything to the lounge? She didn't say anything. She doesn't have to say anything. You can already tell? Her fingerprints are all over this place. See that speaker right there? It shows obvious signs of having been dismantled. The same goes for the record player over there. She didn't even bother to tighten the screws. Even a screwdriver has been left out in the open. Just the kind of handiwork I'd expect from a noble. Hilarious. Hibiscus, bring that record player over. Let's see what else has been tampered with besides the tone arm. See for yourself. Did she just install an amplifier? That's only going to cause interference between the circuits. She already had the stylus removed. This thing is basically just an amplifier now. Same with the speaker. The input circuit was completely removed and replaced with an amplifier. What is she trying to do, putting so many amplifiers in the lounge? She never mentioned it. Then let us give it a try. Go up on stage and play something. That'll be the fastest way to get our answer. Doesn't seem like anything unusual is happening. I can't hear anything out of the ordinary either. Go over and tell Ebenholz to apply a little bit of arts. Only the simplest kind to disperse drowsiness. Maintained strictly at the lowest level. Journey. Don't worry about me. I just got some palpitations, that's all. Ibanols, stand over here and try using the same arts as before. Remember to mind the volume. Oh, there was a bit of an echo that way. Oh, there it... Just as I was saying it, an echo. There's a sound coming from outside. But isn't it the sound of Ebenhol's flute? Shoney opens his mouth, but no voice comes out. The answer already seems clear to him. However, the expression Hibiscus sees on his face is not one of excitement or anger, but terror. Pure terror. Gertrude converted this lounge, no, the entire Afterglow hall, into a massive amplifier. An arts amplification device. The building is just a massive staff now. The amplifier stays off as long as it doesn't detect any musical arts. But as soon as someone casts musical arts, the amplification device activates and exponentially amplifies the arts as the music spreads through the Afterglow hall. The leakages and resonance of the voice of mundane are no exception. It was stares vacantly. Is that just I have no idea what it's talking about? In other words, Originium activation will spike in all areas that are affected, meaning that everyone in Vizsheim, virtually without exception, will be infected. And those who already have oropathy are even less likely to be spared. After they die, their bodies will rapidly disintegrate, releasing large amounts of active Originium microparticles. The surrounding area will be permanently poisoned, and Vizsheim will be completely cut off from the outside world. Very sorry to interrupt your little chat, but I'm here to offer a suggestion. Why cast arts of wakefulness across all of Vizsheim on such a beautiful night? I often suffer from insomnia. My apologies, but we're dealing with something very important right now. Gertrude? I know Hibiscus probably just didn't know who that was, but I still find it funny she just went, sorry, you're not important. Good evening, Journey. And this must be Operator Hibiscus from Rhode Island, yes? It is a pleasure to meet you. As for the young man in shock over there, why not come visit my home for something to drink? Perhaps a nice night's rest, and return energized tomorrow. Gertrude, to think I'd actually what? Don't tell me you're going to say that I'd actually deceive you and make you murder half the city. That can't be right. What you're actually mad about is how I had you running in circles and nearly got you killed without even noticing, right? Show us your pride as a noble, Graf Urtica. Come on, say something. Ebenholz, she's trying to provoke you. There's only one thing I need to know from you right now. Why did you come here? I came because you woke me up. Why else? I'll take that as you heard the musical arts rippling outwards and realised your plans had been discovered. That's correct. I still want to know who the person is that spoke to her. Ah, what a pity. With just one more day, I would have enjoyed a complete success. Don't you think you should be thinking about how to escape? Do you seriously think your plan will proceed as normal if you manage to take us out in here? Ebenholz won't help you anymore, and regardless of what you were planning for the duet, it's not going to happen now. Really? That's not how I see it. As long as Ebenholz and Kreide are here, my plan has not failed. As long as I eliminate you, I can continue negotiating with Graf Urtica. He is quite familiar with the art of noble dealings, and changing his mind is hardly an impossibility. Most importantly, I don't think you lot can actually beat me. If the three of you were equal in power to Graf Urtica, then I certainly would have to watch my step, but you three... Pardon my rudeness. Don't waste your breath. Graf Urtica, why don't we both take a step back? What do you say? Gertrude, nah, I'd win. God, that fucking meme. Take a step back. I dismantle these giant amplifiers, and you continue working with me. That way, only Kreide has to die. Not a bad deal, considering he only has a few days to live anyway, right? In your dreams. That truly is a shame. Due to unfortunate circumstances, you were forced to choose the path most ill-suited for you. If that is your heart's desire, then so be it. What a shame. Shut up. You'll regret this for the rest of your life. I said, shut up. The time for talk is over. It seems we can only settle this with a fight. If I win, the self-appointed guardians of the Afterglow will have to behave themselves and keep their mouths shut, so I can continue to negotiate with Graf Urtica. If you win, then there's nothing more to say. A win is a win. Well, I'm used to that. Win's a win. Take your wand out, Graf Urtica. Or do you plan to have those two infected fight for you? Like I said, your provocations won't get you anywhere. Hibiscus, stay out of this. Today, I swear I'll think carefully about where we are and what's all around us. Unless you're able to do this without any musical arts, you'll drive all the inhabitants of Visselheim insane before the disease ever comes. You're quite a quick thinker, Fraulein Hibiscus. Since you caught on so quickly, I suppose there's no other choice but to take it outside. Let me get this out there first. Rid yourself of the notion that escape counts as victory. While I personally dislike roughing up innocent bystanders, I can't say the same for my underlings. You must not have a whole lot of confidence in yourself based on how many you brought with you. I'm so glad to hear your sharp wit for once more. I'm almost moved to tears. Are you feeling better now, Graf Urtica? Of course, Dame Stroller. Let's head outside and fight to our heart's content. There must be nobody for you to spar with back in Urtica. Should be lonely, right? If I did, I wouldn't be playing with an old hag like you. Oof! Oof! After all, you've never even challenged your own brother for his title. You have to wait for him to die because you can before you can move up. There we go. I'm guessing you never bested him in a fight before. Damn, okay. Very good, very good. I'm starting to hate you more and more. The feeling is mutual. Dame. I mean, that just sounds silly.
Too bad some people just can't live and let live.
Ooh, perfect. I actually know what to do. I know a better thing that I can do. God damn it, guys. Okay, I actually do have an idea.
I'll take the lead. The rest is up to you guys.
Okay. Yes.
I'm here! This is my playground!
Okay, then... There we go.
Doctor, who's next? Just try me.
I'm not on the last level. Why do I have a boss fight? What? Ah, shit. I haven't even set up my Golden Glow yet. Eh. Use that.
I'll do my best.
Oh, okay, she's actually a piece of piss. No, she's not. That was a mirror image. No, 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 no. Better idea. Do that.
Protect everyone. Anyone hungry?
There we go.
Doctor, face me!
Anyone hungry?
I'm just gonna do this, just for a little while.
Try some of my specialty.
Damn, that's just rude. Okay, I just need her alive just long enough to do this.
The distance. There. Anyone hungry?
Just try me.
Got it. You can't stop me.
There we go. Keep going. Keep going like that. Okay, keep that going. Ah, okay, there we go. Oh, it was fine. I managed to use the thing. And do that. Oh, I could do that. Nice.
Face me!
You can go through people. No.
私の出番？いいよ。
Ah. Oh. It was right there. She got the skill just in the last moment. Damn it, I should have realised that she was able to walk through people. I was literally watching her walk through people. Why did I not realise? The worst thing is, Zom, I was literally watching her walk through everyone. I think it was more so my confidence in that Gabrielle would get her killed, and it was as she walked past just as she still had a little bit of health left. The pull stun, yes! Because she wasn't a boss, she would have got on the start. Ah, fuck. Oh well. I might do it again afterwards. Down. In your dreams. He's literally a bard. I mean, he's not, he's a caster, but he's a bard. Fancy that. You can still struggle. What did she do? Just let off a nuke? Okay. Oh, that's... I see now why everyone kept saying Harry Potter. That is an awesome piece of artwork, though. And her face in this as well. It really went into the... Oh... I'm not holding back this one, Dame Stroller. You read me? Who knew you could bite off more than you could chew? I'm right. You're just relying on the voice of mundane. Your control of arts is still in its infancy. Ah. Did that get her? I never thought you'd be one to best me, Graf Utica. So you admit defeat? A loss is a loss. What does not admitting it make it my victory instead? Why are you unperturbed? Because, how exactly can you lay a finger on me? I'm the Lensfrau, or the Lensfrau, not foul. She is foul. Anyway, of this city. It's night. You broke into a concert hall I administrate, and you attempted to tear down legitimate renovations ratified by my own person. You even injured me as I did my best to stop you. Graf Utica, Rhode Island, and you, Cherney. You should be the worried ones, isn't that right? As despicable as ever, Gertrude. Despicable? Is that how you treat your patron? Your backer of over a decade? Cherney, I allowed you to use this concert hall. You're no more than a mere infected. Your position, I gave that to you. Your cherished Afterglow could only limp its way to the present day on my benevolence. There we go. Don't forget that. How dare. All of you, kindly leave. I wouldn't be so sure. Graf Utica, this title carries with it disgrace, all throughout Lifanian. But it also means that wherever I go, the Empress's informants are sure to be. And what if they are? I told you, you're only making a vain attempt to destroy my music hall. Even if their Majesty's agents were to show themselves, they would arrest you by all rights, not me. Please. I've forgotten your name already. It's not Beagle. What was it? Beagler? There we go. Thank you. Thank you, Evan Holes. Beagler. You have to have witnessed this all now, right? Do you still intend to fold your arms and watch? There he is. I saw the Grand Graf Utica fall to breaking and entering a concert hall in the dead of night with a gang. Aside from that, I saw nothing. Oh, fuck you. Did you not hear her plot? Do you mean Graf and Stroller's plot? Or the Graf Utica's plot jointly schemed with her? Why, you... I did in fact hear. However, even if I recorded your entire dialogue just now, that doesn't prove a thing. Evidence, Graf. Everything needs carefully selected evidence. What proves Graf and Stroller intended to act against the Empresses? Proof? You come at me at this moment and raise a matter of proof? Right, the voice of mundane. We discovered there was research into the voice of mundane in the sewers. What? Oh. Oh, you stupid bitch, you said it out loud. Seems you're not off the ball after all, Graf Utica. What research? I know nothing about this. Feigning stupidity at this point passé, Grafin Stroller. You may not be directly linked to the notes and the plans in that sewer laboratory, but we have our ways. With our leads there, it'll be a walk in the park to find your other little bases. Beagler does seem to be rather dense for a spy. I think it's just acting dense. Or not like acting dense, but basically just being deliberately annoying. You are presently suspected of launching research into the voice of mundane forbidden under their majesty's decree. I want you to come with me. Wait, because she was researching the voice and nothing else? Let me reiterate to you again, Graf Utica, and the rest of you. As long as you have no clear evidence, proof your foul product is going to blow up like you say it does. Every accusation you throw at her turns into slander, nothing else. Let me take a look at those voice of mundane research files. I can give you exhaustive evidence. Very sorry, but that's classified Lifanian information. I can't hand it over to a foreign organization. You're just wishing it out of existence. There's a lot in these lands that doesn't go the way you want it, Fraulein. But let it go, Hibiscus. He's made his point very clearly. Our discoveries aren't enough to convict Grafin Stroller. And he only showed himself because he found other evidence to do so. I should even be thanking you for deigning to show up in wake of my hissy fit. Isn't that right, Beagler, my dear spy? I'll be honest, if I had to compare you and Grafin Stroller as nobles, I'd say you win out in my books, Graf Utica. And you, Herr Cherney? We have Grafin Stroller contained now. Even if whatever your friends are worried about is real, either way, the concept's safe. Of course, I still recommend you cancel it, safest for settling this. I thought the concert tomorrow had already been forbidden. Whether you hold it remains up to you. Please, for the love of God, get rid of all the amplifying devices first. Okay, Grafin Stroller, I believe your loyalty to the Empresses. I'd just like to take you for breakfast. You wouldn't refuse my invitation, would you? Breakfast in these early hours? Very well. Graf Utica, you will regret betraying me. I'll regret many a thing, but that is one matter I never will. Well, we've just let them go. Gertrude. You still had a word waiting for her. If profanity counts as a word. Lifanian profanity. Kryder still hasn't woken. There we go. I was expecting there to be a question mark. Leave him with me. I'll set off straight away and bring him to Rhode Island Landship. You're taking him away? There's a problem with that plan, Hibiscus. I am. He'll only get the proper treatment at Rhode Island. Yes, but there's still a problem with that plan, Hibiscus. I won't allow it. And I don't mean because of him. Why? Even if you can pacify his condition, what will you do about the voice of mundane? I don't doubt your medical prowess, but is that something you can truly solve? I can't promise. But we've got no other choice now. Don't tell me you still hope Gertrude will help you get rid of it through Ensemble. I can only hope. How long will it take from Visserheim to your landship, I ask you? That's literally what I was thinking, Tor. I mean, You've literally said it yourself, like, it's not even about the voice of the mundane. You already knew that he was making infected people more sick. Why would you take it to the one place where there is all infected? Well, not all, but you know, you get what I mean. It will end up being a ghost town. You won't say, because you know Kryder isn't likely to make it there. But even if what Gertrude said is true, are you really going to sacrifice yourself to do this? As long as I can do it, why shouldn't I? Hibiscus stares, blank for a spell. The look in his eyes now, compared to when she first met this young man, the difference is like black and white. It's serious, she thinks. Fine. Even if I help you to the best of my ability, we know too little about the voice of mundane. And what we do know is all told to us by the Countess. We're sifting through fact and fiction. Looks like I made it. Sir, you... Oh, he's back again. I wonder if he's gonna say more before disappearing. If you need more info about the voice of mundane, I have this project plan right here. Hmm? Sir, did you... You pulled the same thing as Beagler. I did. You probably imagined, but Kryder's a Finn who slipped through the program's net back in the day. They took him away a second time and he disappeared. He was one of the people working on the project, I'm guessing. So I suppose that makes sense, because Grandpa, but is not exactly the same race. I made that joke ages ago, and I didn't even think of actually applying it seriously. I made the joke about relations despite not looking related. And then I didn't think of actually considering it. How could the Empresses let such a wild card wander freely, you know? Apollo with the gift of prophecy. It's happened a couple of times with me now, and it gets weird when it does happen. Your PS joke strikes again, yep. But you've been roaming together for more than a decade, and that's why no one ever suspected it. But didn't Beagler say it was classified? Which is why I filched it from where he kept it. If I can save Kryder, then the hell does it matter if anyone's shown this damned plan? And as long as and it's long overdue damning, if you ask me. Calm down, you're still very weak. Let me see the plan papers, Hibiscus. You take this old fellow somewhere to rest. I will. Sir, does he know? I never told him, but he's very smart. I'm sure he has a vague guess. I suppose, especially now that he remembers everything after the cello playing. This is too cruel to him. Cruel. Fraulein, do you know how I became an infected? No. Surely you've heard how, in the age before the Empress's rule, Lifanian had explored classical Originium arts to heights hardly surpassable. Yes. So, do you know how the prince... do you know the price Lifanian paid to reach those heights? countless human sacrifices, among which were huge numbers of infected. Yes, infected. During that period, some Kafirsten? I think it's an sound, isn't it? An something like that. Were even handling... Oh, we've mentioned this before. We've seen this before, haven't we? That was something else. Were handling over infected to a regular quota. And they treated this as a custom. But infected are people too. It's not like they'd let their lives be thrown away. So, can you guess what happens in the end? You know... This is getting more and more like a, I can see now why they decided that this reign happened during the late 40s, as they mentioned in the wiki. So you can guess what happened in the end. You don't mean... It looks like you have. Just slash your arm with Virginium, and now you qualify as an infected too. That's how mine came about. Melody. It's melody. The voices of the mundane are the melodies the Witch King left behind. I can't believe this. No. This is the only way it makes sense. I think they just use... Oh yeah, no. That's what I was thinking of, as in, you know, the forced servitude. Obviously, I can't say too much because it's monetization, but you get what I mean. He wasn't just Lifanian's mightiest caster. The Witch King was also Lifanian's most feared musician. His mastery of music was at the epitome. Some even said his insight into music was of the same grade as his Originium arts research. But rhythm, tonality, texture... He threw those raw elements that make up the beauty of music to the hounds. Every piece of his left in this world is filled with murder and devastation. I bet Emperor could still beat him. Witch King was rejected from music school. No, you can't say that. His opposites have long been forbidden pieces in Lifanian. If the voice of Mundane is a string of melodies left by the Witch King, then the voice is without a doubt a remnant opus of his. And you are its very extent. So this is basically like as if the world as if a country were to ban that certain book, let's just say, but someone somehow has the entire contents of it in their head. But obviously with more magic implied. We are not his opus. You shouldn't deceive yourself. Moreover, if this is the case, you have a solution? I need you to perform the ensemble that repelled those Originium slugs again. Emperor was here before too, maybe he was the music teacher. That would be interesting, actually. That would be a very interesting thing if it turned out that Emperor was the one that did it. Well, that taught him. That would be very interesting. More so as in what his opinion on it would be. When you did that, you grasped the voices inside yourselves, didn't you? Ensemble, right now? Do you comprehend the situation we're in here? Emperor gave up classical music after accidentally teaching the Witch King. That would be a twist. It certainly would be. I can't quite remember... I know he mentioned that he stopped doing classical, but I can't really remember why, or if he even said why. Last time I, famous Austrian, got reincarnated as a voicer inside Goat's head. Oh, that time, remember? Anyway, I do, and I know it better than you do. But... oh, you're awake. You're always awake to be the most inconvenient. Like, I'm sorry, Crider, I love you, but you're always around in just the moment to do the exact opposite of whatever Ebenholz wants. Let's hear her journey out, Ebenholz. Crider, are you alright? Did you come here alone? Andante brought me over. But you can't double the voice of Mundane's melodies again like you did before. It did something wrong to you last time. Oh, now that we're joking about it, it does seem like likely that it might be the case. I don't want to leave any regrets. Alright, Herr Czerny, what did you think of? If the voice can be said to be a string of melodies, then whether those remnants who used you for their experiment or Gertrude, their aim has been to conduct the originium arts contained within that melody, or should I say, the melody that flows within its originium arts, which is to say, their exploration of the voice is entirely to unearth the supposed secrets within. In plain words, they're trying to make the voice more clear, more beautiful. So what we could do is the opposite, wouldn't it? Wouldn't if it's more stronger by being clearer, wouldn't the easiest way to defeat it to be make it more muddled? Kind of like with waves, if you put two waves the same, they resonate and they amplify. On the other hand, if you put two waves in opposite, they cancel out. Or close to opposite, they start getting distorted. Thus, there is one thing I can very definitely tell you. There is no method that can't transfer the voice anywhere in these plans. I'm not surprised anymore. But that's not because doing so would be too difficult. Precisely the opposite. It's because in their eyes, it would be a waste of what they have. Because every melody the Witch King left behind is different. Each comes from its own period, and contains its own completely separate emotions and ideas. So that explains why it's quite aggressive in Ebenholz, but in Kreider it's quite calm. It's like different parts. What sense can there be in putting two entirely different songs together? I'd say Hollow more calm from how it was described. True, though it was originally described as being more like calm, but yeah, like Hollow was the other sort of thing, and then as it continued it got more hollow. Just as when you perform together, the further you pursue it, the more disastrous the effects become. Even Eurogenium slugs fled because they felt your performance to be far too ear-bleeding. I presume they've done similar transfer experiments before, and realised how bad the results were. Then they did. However, even if two pieces are dramatically opposed, a sufficient lead-in can still be enough to accomplish a transition. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time two songs have been merged into one. Mashups exist. Sampling exists. Therefore, I want you to perform my Morgen und Abend, upon which I want you to dig your own selves out from within the piece, just as you did that evening. I have to feel the melody of the voice of Mundane left within you, and then I'll write you a new song. Wait, no matter what, you need something to hold the voice so you can transfer it. And the experiment results said that all attempts to implant 2 voices in one failed. One person failed. I'll be the vessel. Is that what you mean? Don't trust that little determination you have to be enough for self-sacrifice, boy. I will try with all my might, through performance, to drag the voices from the both of you. If I cannot, I will personally serve as a receptacle, if I am able to. Why would you go so far for us? If I remember correctly, my Morgen und Abend was your turning point in learning flute. And so what? So it's likely you heard of how I came to write it. That Gertrude woman had to turn it into a blasted selling point for me. Though I never wanted for anyone else to know. You lost your dearest, closest friend, and you wrote the piece in your grief. Grief. That description was far off the mark. You should be using the term indignation. That was the first time I came to find that life would not unfold how I imagined it. And the first time I knew that music meant to me, what music meant to me. My rebellion against a fixed fate. Turning ordinary civilians into infected. That's too cruel. I have no idea how many times I cursed the Witch King in those days, but perhaps someone heard my triads. However, before they could send me to the laboratories, their majesties had overthrown the Witch King. I was saved. And that's why I swore to dedicate the rest of my life to their majesties' cause. And so you became a spy. Correct. I can't tell you what I did when I was an agent, and you don't need to know. All you need to know is that I was the agent who found the Witch King's remains that had been researching the voice of the mundane. That makes sense. That explains why they found them. So he left with one of the boys, and I'm assuming told them where it was in order for them to go and get and destroy everything. By the time we found them, they had already experimented on Kryder and failed. It's why his body is the way it is now. You didn't plan to save him, right? Well, how do you know? Oh. From what I know, when the Twin Empresses ascended to the throne, they issued an edict that forbade all Witch King-era research. And the Voice of Mundane research obviously fell into that category. But if the Voice of Mundane is really that amazing, I can't imagine that not a single person has turned his attention to it in the 20 years since the Witch King was overthrown. What's more, the Witch King left his mark within. The Witch King weaved his power into the melody. The Witch King himself is at the core of these ideas. Deep down, their pursuit of the Voice of Mundane might actually be nothing more than worshipping the Witch King himself. 20 years, so Witch King would have fallen in the late 70s. Yeah, that kind of confused me for a moment, because the information I've seen definitely said 40s was his reign and then it fell. And 70s is also not a long time, because the twins have been continuing the support of the Bolivar kings, the king or dynasty, there we go, dynasty, against Colombia, and by the sounds of it, they've been doing that for a long time as well. I don't know, I'll need to relook at it again. Maybe I read something, maybe it started in the 40s or something, I don't know. Not started, but like something happens in that particular time. Currently it's yeah, I know. Yeah, it's it should be 98 at this point. I don't know if what the Sarkaz have been doing in Londinium has happened yet. I don't think so. To be fair, the nations grow faster than normal in real life. Yeah. No, it's just because I specifically saw 40s in something. So there is something there, but it must have been something else. Deep down, they're pursued of the voice by the... Yeah, I read that bit. And given the way that Mr. Beagler does things, I'd say a spy's principles lie within serving the Twin Empresses. Oh, it is 99. Okay, I didn't think this was going to be... 77, he was overthrown. Okay, interesting. In other words, to spies like you, the voice of the mundane doesn't further the Twin Empresses' interests in any way. Younger Frau, until I saw how reckless you were, I took you for a fool. And now, it seems you just didn't know how to put your wits to use. You're goddamn right. Here, I brought the research plan along. There's no point in hiding any of this anymore. The voice of mundane is unique. It's undoubtedly the Witch King's lingering echoes. he said the name. In the world. And there is definitely some power hidden within. But the Witch King's fervent followers truly believed that the Witch King left behind his avatar within it. The power the voice of mundane holds is too unique. It will never see widespread use. At the very least, the current court casters see research on the voice of mundane as a futile and pointless pursuit. And that's why the handling of Ebenholz and Kreide became a problem. Was Ebenholz chosen because he was considered safer? Yes. We had to announce the plan's failure. And Ebenholz was naturally the best choice, as there was nothing wrong with his body. On the contrary, as there were already problems with Kreide's body, he had no choice. Death awaited him. But he finally got away from the Witch King's remains, and yet he had to die. That's too cruel. Perhaps, in your eyes, our methods are humane. No, just in general they are. But once you've witnessed countless tragedies, especially ones caused by those who are not inhumane, you'll come to realise that you can't let your feelings get in the way of everything. You probably think Beagler is a pretty heartless man, don't you? Yeah, I do think so. But what you don't know is he's lived a life in the Afterglow and spent time with its residents day after day, and more than a dozen years. His feelings for this place is no less genuine than anyone else's. There's no one who wants to skin Gertrude alive more than him, but he can't. Do you think you're the angriest person ever... to ever talk to him? There we go. There. Mr. Beagler, he... Besides, Kreide's condition endangers those around him, too. He has no way to get too close to anyone, and his past destined him to never live the life of a normal man. He truly didn't have a choice. But you let your feelings get in the way with him. You offered him a choice other than death. Is that really a choice? He had to wander the world with an old man who's half dead. He learned how to play the cello, and yet he rarely had a chance to even touch one. He can't make friends. He can't even get close with anyone. Can you really call that a proper life? But he lived. Perhaps. Having seen how he trembled back then, I can still feel a sharp pain in my arms, even now. The Witch King. Witch King. I, Kreide, those who got infected inadvertently, and those who were forcefully infected. The wounds that the Witch King left on Lifanian have yet to heal, but now there are those who thirst for his return. And there are even nobles who are sheltering his remnants and facilitating their research. Oh, how I dread. I dread I won't live to see the day they all meet justice. Well, you'll be waiting a long time because they still haven't met it in the real world. You will live. No. No need to comfort me, younger Proud. Proud? Why do I keep messing up how to say Frau? I've lived with him for all these years. It's a miracle that I'm still alive today. He is like a real grandson to me. I brought him here because I was actually thinking of introducing him to Beagler and setting him up with a job as an agent. That way, I would at least get to die knowing he's in good hands. But now, it doesn't really matter to me so much anymore. I always thought it was my fate to give my life to their majesties as an agent, but it seems that's not really all there is. Sir. Oh. A tremendous noise comes from inside. Go. Let this old grandpa sit here a little longer. Go help them. If you don't feel well, be sure to call my name. The voice of Mundane did not have a name at first. The melody was abandoned by the Witch King after all. It was a melody improvised by him on the spur of the moment and transcribed by his court musicians. If the Witch King's complete pieces are howls from a deep abyss, then these fragments are indeed still melodies of the mortal realm. So basically, people have been worshipping a piss-poor, unfinished Horcrux. And thus, these fragments were named the Voice of Mundane. Be that as it may, the Witch King's power is still immensely terrifying. Ebonholes, I may have asked you to show your purest form in music, but now I want you to think back to your life the past 24 or so years. Let your resentfulness pour out. Music is a portraiture of your life. It's the steps you take, the eyes you peer into the world with. Don't let your emotions cloud you, but don't betray your emotions either. Explore, vent, and drag your melody out from the deepest parts of your soul. I found it. Ebonholes is 24. Motherfucker is my age? Okay. Right, that's it. That's exactly what I want. That's the melody that was carved into your brain. It's a melody of destruction, and it is a ravaging one. And you, Kryder, I need the opposite from you. I need you to constrain yourself. You are too unreserved. You encompass everything that you've experienced. Do you know that your kindness is your greatest weakness? Are you reconciling? Why are you reconciling? Why should you reconcile? Who has the right to ask you to reconcile? How many times am I going to say reconcile? Everyone thinks you deserve better. The idea has crossed your mind too, hasn't it? It definitely does. You still aren't willing to change the way you think, huh? Fine, fine. This is enough. I can feel your melody too. A void. A void that swallows everything whole. Bear with it. The energies of two wildly different Originium arts begin to entangle with one another inside the room as anguished expressions start to appear on the two young men's faces. Cherney knows it is time for him to join in. Keep playing, do not fret. If you feel something is wrong with your body, stop immediately. But if you do feel something's off, and you're not the one to blame, then leave it to me. Cherney sits in front of the piano, takes a deep breath, and starts playing it as well. However, when he attempts to sort out the two different surges of energy, he realizes just how much he overestimated his abilities. The melody is strong, full of anger, terrifying, solemn, bloody. Above all, it's a melody that fully immerses its listeners. One moment, it's suddenly filled with hatred toward the Witch King. The next second, he has a heartfelt admiration for him. One moment, he feels as though he is a newborn child, but he immediately feels the passage of time as it affects his body. Oh, it's this music, the skittering music from Undertides. I was about to say Undertale, Jesus. The very next second, he is as old as the hills. He forces himself to keep his appearance intact, with what little sanity he has left, mood. But he feels as though he is walking in a boundless desert. The sandstorm is too powerful and he cannot open his eyes. He tries his best to shake off the sand. Then he sees a towering wall that reaches even the sky. There is nothing on the wall, no pain, no anger, no death. It's a simple, unadorned wall. And at that very moment, he finally realizes that the wall he will never be able to overcome. His mind is instantly filled with fear. Fucking eldritch music. Ah! Cherney coughs violently, sending blood gushing out of his mouth. His cough is so intense that he tries to get up for a drink of water, only for him to stagger and knock down the music stand next to him. Hey, you're right. Cherney. I heard something just now. What happened? A trifle, nothing more. Now I see it. It's not that no one has ever attempted to do what I did. It's just that people who tried are all dead. Oh God. You're laughing? Cherney, you're bleeding out of your mouth. Let me wipe that for you. Oh, it's music. How did you feel just now? When we drew out the voice of Mundane, it felt very much like I was getting torn apart. But after you joined in, it did feel like a lot of the pressure faded. Right, so that's why. At the very least, this proves that my idea is workable. But you're already... I coughed up some blood, that's all. I know my own body better than anyone. Let's continue. Cherney sits back on his bench. He closes his eyes and begins to ponder a question. Who is Cherney? He answers himself. Cherney is a coward. He once hid underneath the wings of his dear friend and teacher, thinking that he could live his whole life through music. Yet the death of his dear friend, the torments of oropathy, and poverty all work together to make him realise that he is but an ordinary man. He'll die. I've lived this long because Gertrude still thinks I have value. And so she paid for my medication and kept me alive for a few years longer than most other infected. But if I can't finish this piece today, I might as well be dead. If you don't want me to die a meaningless death, pick up your flute. He answers, Cherney is a man who sees music as everything. Before he was famous, the people of the Afterglow showed nothing but grief and sorrow whenever he went outside. They had no appreciation for the beauty of music because they didn't know whether they would live to see the next day. To make ends meet, he had no choice but to accept Gertrude's suggestion and become a spectacle for the nobles in the music halls left behind by the Witch King. Like some kind of rare animal. Life was way too complicated, and he wanted to go back inside his house. At all those times, it was always music that kept him from running. He had more music. He has more than music. But it is music that he expresses everything about him. Friday, your performance is too weak. But don't worry about me. You don't have that right. This is about your survival, not mine. Don't ever think it is a virtue to sacrifice yourself. Your sacrifice is also a burden. Scream, vent, and fight for the reward that should have been yours. I understand. Come on. Finally, he answers. Cherney is a man who resists fate. Come on, this is hopeful. Is music how he resists his fate, then? No. Music is his struggle, his howl, and his song. He is struggling for his friend who passed away before fulfilling her musical ideals. And he is howling for those who cannot speak. He is singing for those who were born into suffering, yet still have joy within their hearts. In that case, he's performing... Oh, is he performing in someone else's stead? No. He knows how his friend was unwilling to die. He walks the streets where those who cannot speak gather. And he brought music to those who are trying to seek joy despite their sufferings. Once again, he stands in front of that high wall, the Witch King. He knows he can never overcome this wall. But this time, he instead reminisces about the joy of discussing music with his dear friend. He remembers the love and respect he receives from the Afterglow's residents, and he remembers the morning sun he sees at the beginning of each day. And that is why he says, "Right now, I am my own opponent." Mr. Cherney, you're coughing up blood again. He's not listening to me at all. Let's go get some rest, Ebonholes. But we don't need to be here anymore. What we need to do is rest up and wait for her journey to finish his new piece. Hibiscus, take care of him. At the very least, I won't let him collapse before me. Now go. Oh, that is amazing. That is honestly one of my favorite. That is one of my favorite pieces of artwork right now. That is dedication. Cherney's enemy is not the Witch King. Even though the Witch King's offences were heinously profuse, even though he disdains that monarch, he is still forced to concede that music itself stands unrelated to good or evil. His opponent is himself at this very moment. He no longer tries to scale the wall so despairingly high. He begins to perform. Beneath his feet appears a platform. It brings him up in unbroken ascent, up through the clouds. Though still, no end to the wall can be seen, he no longer cares. Even though he can feel the turbulent power dash about his body, and he cannot hold back further coughs of blood. Hibiscus to one side, even given the illusion, she can almost see Cherney's life flying by the Accelerando. Accelerando. But at the same time, the score he writes rages. Take it all, take everything of him. Today marks the day of Cherney's death. Why is this reminding me of that one Doctor Who episode of the sun with that smiley face and, you know, the Doctor literally giving everything. But Choni's music will never die. And day breaks. Do you play an instrument? No, I used to play the electric bass when I was in school. Not much, but I did like it. But then I stopped. But then I chose other subjects instead of music, so I didn't do it anymore. I've got an electric guitar now, and I do occasionally practice with it, but not much. It's complete. It's such a relief. You're... Oh, fuck. The musician strains to lift himself, but his upper body crashes against the piano, and he leaves a discordant coda in the shining dawn. I just saw the Grand Theft Auto wasted thing appear.
We won, and that's what matters. It's a good thing.
This is the last one, isn't it? Schicksal. Isn't that word used in German and Russian voices are coming? Oh, nice. Yeah, I was about to say Honkai. Isn't that word used in Honkai? If I remember correctly, I can't remember what it was used in reference to though. I can't remember what Schicksal was. Was it the group? No, it wasn't the organization, was it? It might have been. But fate. The S in the end is too much. I just assumed it was plural. Unless it's a word that doesn't. Yeah, the Valkyrie organization. Okay, yeah, it was then. Oh, I suppose that makes sense then. Fate, destiny. His vague awareness that these hands are clutched at his own throat. Plural would be... Oh, okay. Schicksale. Schicksale. Oh, that's disgusting. Why have it go... Why have it... Oh, why have them so far apart? Oh, that is gross. But also, what is with these spots in the middle? Like, what's the point in that? Oh, there's two lines as well. Okay, boom. Let's say one, bong, bong, bong. What's the point in these two lines? Like, what would you want to do with these two? Because no matter what you do, they'll cross. They wouldn't get anywhere because of the stream. How do you make it so you get these through? You would have to have it so... Oh. Have it point, bounce, bounce, bounce. Into someone that points up, bounce. Ah. Oh. Something like... There's something I can do. There's two flux emitters, yeah. I think you may be overthinking things, maybe, but I just want to see how I can do it. I just want to see how I can get it so that these go through the middle, but also... Would it even matter? I can have it down here so they both go up. So somewhere it hits to the thing, so bounces it up, and then bounces it back down to someone who then redirects it and then it goes here, so that it will get cut off, but if I have it so it's cut off on both sides and through, it basically works like that. You should probably use support too. I'm somewhat thinking of grabbing text, but I will do it once first, as usual, to see what it is, and if I feel like it's going to be too hard, I'll just grab support. If he plays it smart. There's the problem, though, in that sentence. Break a leg, I'll be cheering for you. But even though I've been practicing for this day, I'm still not that confident. Then there's that prophecy too, saying something about an ensemble. What if it's me? Trust me, mate, you ain't the important one here. Come on, you've got this. What's there to be scared of? All those who were afflicted last night have already been treated, so I'm sure we'll be fine today. This is actually the first time I've had to sit with so many infected. Hopefully this concert is worth my while. Is her journey here yet? According to the organizer, he was also affected by last night's Roginium slug incident, but he did not cancel his scheduled appearance today. Oh, well, that's good. Damen und Herren, please take your seats. Her journey will be here shortly. You speak the truth, yes? You better not wait until after we're inside the hall to close the doors and announce that he can't make it. I assure you that would never happen. Her journey is only experiencing a mild seasonal malaise, and will arrive at the Afterglow hall soon. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh yeah, of course, yeah, gentleman, or sir. That sly bastard. I knew the files couldn't have just up and disappeared. I can deal with him later. Those files aren't that big of a deal anyway. Not when compared to the actual research on Voice of Mundane. Is he going to the concert hall? Forget it. He can knock himself out. By the looks of things, espionage is difficult work. You should probably be worried about yourself rather than about me, Grafenstruller. Harbouring the Witch King's remains in your own demands, and propping up research on the Voice of Mundane is a serious crime. By the way, my good spy, how did my father and brother die, according to your records? Let's stay on topic. They are closely related to this topic. 15 years ago, your father provided cover for research on the Voice of Mundane, after we found out he was about to spill the beans on the man behind him, but was silenced. Had you known, it would have been reasonable to assume you'd act on the knowledge. You think I'm trying to cover this up? My views towards my father also changed over time. As a child, I felt like my father was the most terrifying person in the world. His will was absolute, and nobody could change his mind. I liked running and jumping about, so my father would lock me up in my room. I liked to talk during mealtime, so my father would take away my dinner and make me talk to the wall for an hour. Later, as I got older, my awe towards my father continued to grow unabated. I personally saw the way the lesser nobles kissed his feet, and the disdain with which he regarded them. Even the Witch King's envoys had no choice but to speak softly when they approached the Stroller spire, a far cry from their overbearing airs while on the ground. That was the Lord of House Stroller, our Lensherr, a Kurfürst, and once the most revered of all houses. But everything changed when the Witch King fell. Everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. Let me be upfront. You're currently in very bad shape. As a doctor, I should be forbidding you from playing the concert. But it doesn't look like you're trying to stop me. I don't want the music that you burnt your life away to die in the dust. Seems like you're finally learning to be flexible. No, but I've come to realize that at times, certain goals must be prioritized over others. So you've learned to be flexible. I often found it ridiculous that my father was so stupid enough to embrace the Witch King's rule. He was so staggeringly stupid that he didn't even bother concealing his opinions. Under his leadership, the Stroller family quickly lost the support of the Kurfürsten. Our house also lost control over 2 nomadic cities and were forced to retreat to Visheim, near the home of the Witch King Utica. Did Graf Stroller, who lorded over Visselheim, foolishly believe that he didn't belong there? So your father, discontent with the status quo, began to commune with the remnants of the Witch King. That's what I thought at the time. But you aren't as naive as I was back then, my dear spy. Your agents should know far better than I. Old Stroller was messing around with the Witch King's remains since the very beginning, wasn't he? Oh, right. You still haven't answered my question. By your account, how did my brother die? Food poisoning. That is the official report and our conclusion. Food poisoning? Alright then. Tell me this. Just how much do you know about my father? In exchange, I can tell you how my brother really died. We don't actually use the term Witch King remains, because it's too vague. Some of the bastards who invoke the Witch King do so because they worship his power, while others covet the political capital he gained during his reign. Your father was undoubtedly the latter, and behind the second group is an extensive sprawling net. Your father was just one small branch of it. Also, I hope you don't forget, Grafenstroller, that this is an interrogation, not a negotiation. The only reason I'm answering any of your questions is because we were unable to determine your brother's cause of death. Look, it's Hercherney and the doctor. Hercherney, are you alright? I'm fine. We heard you going to perform an all-new piece today. That's right. Even though not everyone will get to hear it because the concert hall's limited seating, I will come back and perform it for everyone again. That's great news. Don't push yourself, Mr. Cherney. I'm also reminded of Near Light at the end, where they were walking towards a hall of sorts. The road from Cherney's house to Afterglow Hall is not long, but the man's steps are extremely sluggish. Hibiscus isn't sure if he can even play the piano in this state. Oropathy is a real disease, not some ethereal thing that can be defeated through willpower alone. I love the determination in in Hibiscus's face as well. But at this moment, she chooses to place her faith in the musician's willpower. Hibiscus can feel Cherney exerting every fibre of his being just to stay upright. All she can do is support him, keeping him from losing his balance under his exertion. There we go. The rest is his battle alone. I've got it. I've got it. The name of the new piece. I'll call it... Hold on. What's the matter? Shouldn't those two be the first to know? You've got a point. I swear, if it's going to be a stanchion... My good spy, come here and behold the great hero of the Afterglow, our illustrious composer, Czerny. I don't know how long you've been hiding in Visserheim, but even you must be quite familiar with him. It's really something. A city like this, run by a house like yours, could produce such an outstanding musician. You seem to have a high regard for her, Czerny. It makes sense. Who could dislike a pure-spirited musician? Even I've always liked him. Oh, but don't get the wrong idea. It's not that kind of like. And even if it was, it'd never work out between us. Oh, trust me, no one thought that. Surely you've heard about the story. Surely you've heard the story about him and his old friend. I'm quite thankful that a woman named Gertrude is nowhere to be found in that story. Give me a break. You should already know. The one who brought his music and his story to the world was me. Without me, he would have died in a ditch somewhere long ago. So you used the infected maestro born in an infected ghetto trope as a gimmick, and had him dance like a jester for the nobles who deigned to descend here. It seems this city is nearer and dearer to your heart than I imagined, my good spy. To be honest, my original plan was hardly this compassionate. For the sake of reviving the House of Stroller, what is dignity of a single musician? However, as a Lithanian noble, music was a compulsory part of my upbringing. I must admit that even I had been awestruck by his music. Listen, the performance has already begun. The difference between these performances and his is like heaven and earth. You've been avoiding the question for some time now. What are you trying to accomplish? Oh my, would you look at that? I just can't shut my mouth when it comes to Czerny. Everyone around me thinks I hate him, and everyone around him knows that he hates me. This unfortunate misunderstanding has robbed me of a conversation partner. But let's not talk about me anymore. Back to my brother. That topic really isn't as interesting as Czerny, though. But it's only natural for his death to remain a mystery to you. It was my work, after all. Hmm? I'm not even remotely surprised. Oh my god, that suit looks amazing on him. Oh, that looks really good. I was going to originally assume it was just going to be like a black pinstripe like you usually see, but the white actually looks so much better. Phew. How are you feeling? I think we've pretty much been in sync with each other. Even though he composed this piece for the two of us, it clearly has his style all over it. I don't think it's inferior to Morgan und Abend in any way. And you only spent a single night on this. What an incredible man. Composing is the release of a... Let me restart that. Composing is the release of a long build-up. I think he simply found the right opportunity for it. What are you staring at? I had no idea you knew how to give a compliment. It's not as if I've ever downplayed his musical accomplishments. My only hope is that he will make it to the concert. He'll be here. Composing a piece of music is only the first step. Only through tuning the score into actual music can the piece truly be completed. News has already gotten out that he'll be changing the finale. He's not going to give up now. I hope so. Oh right, Ebenholz. Do you think this suit looks good on me? Yes. I've never worn anything this expensive before, yes. So, I don't know if I might mess something up. No, it looks great. It looks very good. Thank goodness. Oh, there's one other thing. Why are you so unusually chatty today? Is that to say I have a normal level of chatty under normal circumstances? Yes, something like that. Just deal with it then. Who knows? This might be the last time we ever play together. I don't think like that. Why would you think like that? Why wouldn't I? After this is over, you'll return to being Graf Utica, and I will continue to wonder. Even though our meeting was somewhat engineered by the Grafin, it was still just a coincidence at first, wasn't it? But we're friends now. I know that's what you're going to say. Right. Sometimes even friends have to go their separate ways. Not really. Not really. Maybe this time, we won't see each other for a long, long time. But do you remember what I said? We can always give gifts to remember each other by. I'll give you one of my dice then. Aren't those your weapons? Do they still work if you're missing one? To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. Oh, let's not worry about it then. I think a coin with a hole drilled through it works best. Just like as I said before. What about you then? What are you going to give me? I'm still thinking. Take your time. As long as things go well today, that's something we'll have plenty of. Right, we still have plenty of time. This isn't going to go well, is it? Oh no, the bad music's back. Enough of your jokes, Gertrude Stroller. Do you have any idea what you just said? I said I was the one who killed my brother. You're mad. Mad? No. Think about it carefully, my good spy. Your once exalted father falls from grace, funding some shady research in secret. He tries to blow hot and cold. His plans are exposed, and he ultimately meets an untimely end. Afterwards, your brother is groomed by them, terrified into obedience. But he is too incomplete. He can't do a single thing right. He slips up once and almost exposes the ones pulling his strings. Instead of watching him suffer in torment at the hands of those who always despised him, isn't it better to use him as a stepping stone so you can succeed him? Who are they? Who are the ones pulling his strings? Oh, I would like to know that more than anyone. Far more than you would. Okay, so I guess there isn't a face to the voice. If you had that information, I would sit down and strike a deal with you here and now. I might even go down into the streets myself and yell about how I have information on the Witch King's remains. Tainted witness, if I recall. As this saying has grown quite popular in Colombia. I've met no shortage of idiots who thought they could play ball with us, Grafenstroller. Didn't end well for any of them. Cherny, are you alright? I want to say yes, but that would be a lie. If you really can't handle it, then... Ebenholz, don't forget whose decision this whole thing was. If that's what you want, then I will give it my all. The two of us have already mastered the piece you wrote. If you, the composer, can't perform on par due to health problems, then that's entirely on you. Well spoken. The melody is already etched into my head. All you two have to do is follow me. Why does this have similar air as Sacrifice, just not as, like, patriotic in sound? And a little bit more hopeful. You talk a big game. Alright, now that Mr. Cherney is here, let's hurry up and get ready to go on stage. Whether for our sake or for our audience, we've all got to put our best foot forward. Crider, is it me, or do you seem unusually excited today? Do I? That might be because, for the first time, I'm experiencing what it means to be alive. I don't get you at all. Cherney, you're up. Oh, right. There's one thing, Cherney. What is this piece called? You still haven't given it a name. I came up with it on the way here. I will name it... Ah. Not Stanchion. Okay. I guess that makes sense. Licht und... Statten? Or Statten? I don't know. Statten or Statten? Statten. So, light and dark or light and shadow? Light and shadow, okay. Again, it's Germany pronounced every letter, so I'm guessing it's shat. Like, you're trying to say the ch but with a s in the beginning of it. Anyway. Oh, okay, I guess maybe it is a sh then. So it is Shetton. Okay. Like you shat your pants. See, that's why I was wondering if it wasn't that pronunciation, because otherwise it'd be very unfortunate if it was. Next up, Cherney, Ebenholz and Kreider will ferry you away to tonight's finale. As you may already know, this piece is Cherney's newest composition, debuting tonight for the very first time. Its title is Trio for Flute, Cello and Piano in B-flat minor, Licht und Schatten. The three bow to the audience, and the concertgoers in the auditorium respond with warm applause. Yay, it's the front art piece. The music begins. After just a few short measures, the entire audience, from the auditorium to the balcony, sits up straight in their seats. Those who previously wore expressions of expectation and suspicion alike. No whispers, no coughs, not even the sound of clothes rubbing together. Not a single soul wishes to disturb this fleeting, unadulterated beauty. Small beads of sweat begin to emerge on Cherney's forehead. But this does not indicate any problems with the trio, outside of their music. It's just that the power he is required to guide and control is too precise. They've begun their performance. Cherney, I just knew you wouldn't disappoint me. You will always find a way to help them. You will find a way to help them. There we go. Listen, this new piece. How could the audience possibly comprehend that this opening came straight from the Witch King? Of course they cannot comprehend, because this piece already belongs to you. Ah, this melody. It all makes sense now. You intend to rip the voice of Mundane out of both of them. Bold. However, what will you do with after that? Are you going to become the new vassal? In Beagler's eyes, Gertrude has gone completely insane. So she's not From what I can gather, she's not really on the side of the Witch King group. She wants to... I'm guessing she wants to destroy them, but her method of doing it is that of a villain. She mumbles to herself in the direction of the concert hall, as if conversing with a dear friend. My dear spy, would you like to hear my performance? Gertrude seems to be addressing Beegler, but is also muttering to herself at the same time. As she speaks, she walks towards the harp, sitting in the corner of the room. My patience is running out, Grafenstraller. I bought this house for a reason. It sits outside the Afterglow. You can still hear the music coming from the concert hall clearly. A wonderful location, isn't it? I love listening to the music that passes through here. This way, he doesn't have to see me, and I don't have to see him. She begins to play as she speaks. Grafenstraller, the arts unit in this building has already been disassembled. And even if they weren't, don't think your arts will work on me. Men easily swayed by music don't make good spies. I only want to play the harp, my good spy. Czerny hates me. He hates me for not treating music with purity. He hates me for using it as a tool. I once sought to defend myself and explain it away, but I later came to realize I might actually be exactly the woman he says I am. Even if he carved my heart out, I would never be able to treat music with purity. Tell me, how could one who has committed fratricide, a woman who, for over 10 years, has been hell-bent on exacting revenge on those puppet masters, possibly achieve anything close to purity? As much as Beegler doesn't want to admit it, Gertrude's performance is excellent. Not at all paling in comparison to the echoes drifting in from the window. Without a doubt, this is the level that all outstanding Lifanian nobles should aspire to. But the words that came out Gertrude's mouth make him shudder. Wait, revenge? You're a clever man. You should have guessed that my tragic failure last night was not the result of impetuousness. But you don't know what I'm hiding. You believe I've exhausted my plans, which is the only reason you're here chatting with me. The truth is, I do want to buy time, but some words have been festering in my head far too long. Which is why I can't help but ramble on. I do hope you pardon my rudeness. Furthermore, I must apologise that you'll be dying here with me. What the hell are you doing? What is she doing? It truly is an eye-opening piece of music, or so it was at the beginning. Just as the title implies, the music weaves a shattered illusion from the very beginning, making one's heart sink to the bottom of a valley as if dark clouds are blotting out the sun. However, the tune changes almost immediately, the sonorous cello uplifting the flute's clarity, with the piano behind them, both to break through the layers of gloom, singing a paean to the joy of glimpsing at the light of day. O light! This is a singular thought of in everyone's head. They immediately understand the Lich in Lichtenstatten. They begin to look forward to the Statten. Oh, I'd rather not. Thanks for the reminder, Ringo. However, a feeling of unease begins to set in to some members of the audience, because they see the expressions of suffering creeping across the faces of the three performers, as if something was gnawing away at them from within. Ah, you're back. I thought your bitch ass left. Someone literally said you left. Okay. Beautiful. An exemplary musician, devoting his life to fighting the power left behind by the Witch King. Just as he is about to pull this doomed battle back to a stalemate, he loses not to the Witch King, but also himself, but to the obsessions of an old acquaintance. Hey, what are you going on about? Do you hear the harp's voice? Huh? A harp? Why would there be a harp? Isn't this supposed to be a trio? Philistine, listen to the sound coming from that small building in the distance. The shrill laughter erupting from the depths of despair is equally beautiful. As for you, my former student, there we go, there's the confirmation. While I was teaching you to speak using the violin, I heard the motif of your fate. What a cruel melody it was. But I never expected that you would develop it into such a brilliant opus. What do you mean by violin? Did I read that wrong? I thought you... No, you taught him the cello. Hmm? Or is it someone else that you're talking to now, not Crider? I salute all you, people I may or may not know. I shall listen, for that is the only way I know to pay my respects. What is her game? What is her game? I was the one who restarted the Voice of Mundane program, my good spy. You alone? First to the Voice of Mundane is exceedingly rare. And after that ordeal, you ultimately took control of them, of two of them, there we go. Second, past research has proven that an individual who isn't blood related to the Witch King cannot possibly withstand this type of experimentation. In other words, even after you people tore apart that plan, it was not completely abandoned, merely shelved. In the end, the Voice of Mundane program originates from the worship of the Witch King, but how many are there who, from the depths of their hearts, can truly worship fear itself? They only wanted a weapon to overthrow the Twin Empresses, just as the Twin Empresses overthrew the Witch King. As for me, after I realised that my brother's incompetence would bring ruin to our entire house, I had no choice but to act. Nevertheless, I still never found a way to show my value to those shadowy worshippers. Music, art, money, authority, even my body, nothing worked. Finally, I found these dust-covered plans in a pile of my father's old writings. The reboot of the program brought a fresh breath of opportunity for me. They began to think that I might amount to something. But what they didn't know is I already had enough. I don't want to be at their beck and call anymore. So, I set this plan into motion, not for the sake of overthrowing anyone, unfortunately. I just want them to get a taste of what it's like to suffer. I sucked up to them and invited them to come appreciate the fruits of my research. If you go take a walk around the concert hall now, you might find proof of some things you've long suspected. Everything from the human experimentation facility in the sewers to the dossier on the Voice of Mundane program. Did you deliberately allow me and Ebenholz to find them? Those were only meant for the eyes of you spies. I never expected Graf Utica to go looking for you people. And you tipped your hand to keep them from discovering what you had really done to the concert hall. Of course. The amplifiers are nothing more than a small distraction. With those amplifiers, all of the Afterglow would have been made to suffer. With the amplifiers dismantled, the Afterglow is indeed spared, but the same cannot be said for those inside the concert hall. Oh shit. Oh shit, there's still quite a lot of people there though. Which also includes most of the Afterglow. There's a lot of people that came to see this, unless you only invited... No, you didn't only invite the people from the patio, though. Oh, I don't know. There's still a lot of collateral here. Also, Arturia. I wonder how she's going to react to that. The remodelling of the concert hall began after my research into the voice of the mundane had progressed to its next phase. Cherney is trying to use his own composition to draw the voice of mundane out of the boys. What I'm trying to do is much simpler. The moment they try to pull out the voice, they will realise that nothing is in their control. I have tempered with the melody and resonance of the voice of mundane. Anyone who tries to become the new vassal, regardless of who it might be, will have to endure turmoil and chaos 100 times greater. The voice, unable to find a suitable vessel, will collapse into an all-consuming void within the concert halls built by the Witch King himself, swallowing everyone within. Of course, I am part of this performance, and I equally have no hope to escape. As for you, my unfortunate spy, if you don't take this chance to escape, then you can only bemoan your ill fortune. My, what a fierce look in your eyes. I know what you want to do. But my apologies, I can no longer extricate myself from this song. Killing me would be no different from killing the 3 men in that stage, and all it will do is bring about those deaths a little faster. I don't like this. Tony desperately wants to stop the performance, but he cannot do it. The moment he begins to reel in the voice of mundane, he feels a single strand of abnormality. But in that solitary moment, it is already too late. The concert hall begins to absorb and reflect their performance into a massive arts unit. Like a massive arts unit. The resonance. True resonance. He immediately realizes that Gertrude's alterations were far greater than just some simple amplifiers. The concert hall itself became a weapon. Why did you do this, Gertrude? Cherney, if we continue on like this... Don't stop. The voice of mundane has already destabilized due to the interference of the concert hall. If we stop now, not only will both of you, but everyone in this venue will die along with you when the voice rampages out of control after losing its vessels. So basically they now have to change their composition a bit in order to combat Gertrude's. Oh, but if they do though, isn't it going to ruin the plan of... Because if they do it, it still probably mean that Cherney won't be able to take it. But, wait, did I read? Yeah, I did. But they all know that this piece begins with Ebenholzer's voice of mundane and ends with Creed's. Creed? Why did I say Creed? Kreider. Even if they don't stop, Kreider's voice will be pulled from his body by the piece's conclusion, and the inevitable will still transpire. This is a dead end. No, yeah, she is definitely evil. There's no way, there's no ifs or buts about it. Just because she's saying F you to a other evil organization doesn't make her not evil. There's an atmosphere of uneasiness, and they're holding back on their arts. What in the blazes is going on? Excuse me. You're the one from Rhode Island. Hurry and start evacuating the concert hall. Huh? Something's bad about to happen. If we don't hurry, it's going to be a disaster. Suppose if they, at the very least, they get everyone out, then... Is this a product of Gertrude's research? Fascinating. do you think about this? Not bad for a minor Grafin, as far as I'm concerned. Let's have her pay us a visit afterwards. Indeed. How were you so sure they'd use the concert hall today? My good spy, you're mistaken about one thing. I can't say for sure what is about to unfold. What I can say for sure is, as long as they're still in that concert hall trying to save Cried, then I've won. I said Cried this time. I didn't. What is wrong with that E? I cannot say that E half the time. Cried's disease is my final bargaining chip. If they can somehow resolve that, then I've lost. This is the situation. What the hell is this? This plan can hardly even be called a plan. It's also pointless because if she had done nothing, and it still would have been a big FU to that group anyway, because they'd have lost in complete control of the voice. Bitch. Anyway, yeah, it can hardly be called a plan. That's because my plan was a failure from the very beginning. If she had done nothing, they would have simply killed her. She has still got her revenge. I don't care about her life. And she was already planning on dying anyway, so again, take everything with her. She just wanted to cause as much pain as possible. And not just to the people. You think I'm sitting here chatting with you because I have an elaborate backup plan? How would that make any sense? If not for Cherney's unwillingness to cooperate with me, if not for the fact even the insignificant little Graf Urtico insists on rebelling against his trifling, worthless fate, why would I even bet on this method? Cherney would never realise how fortunate he is, that he was born with enough talent to be recognised, that I was willing to provide him a stage. All he had to do was be a little nicer to me, and I would have elevated his music to the loftiest heights, perhaps even before their majesties. But he refused to do even that. And that Graf Urtica, he deemed himself a Vas, sitting on display, in his demands, as if a bit of ridicule and insult is the greatest humiliation one can suffer in life. She's just incredibly petty, yep. But look at me. I've endured the manipulation of the puppet masters of this city for 15 years. 15 long years. If I can't produce results, I will be silenced. By what right are they allowed to live while I'm not? I don't care about the Witch King. I don't care about the Twin Empresses. I've only ever wanted to survive. From the beginning, all I've wanted was to live on. After coming to Visserheim, Ebenholz settled on a few more things he wanted to do. He wanted to spend a bit more time walking around the Afterglow, taking in the sights of the vibrant district. He wanted to perform on a few more instruments, for the first time experiencing the charm of music. He wanted to apologise to Cherney, to tell him how much strength his music had brought him. He wanted Cherney to become his formal music teacher, should he be willing. He wanted to spend more time with Kreide. He didn't know what he wanted to do with that time. Maybe chat, maybe argue, maybe even fight. He didn't know what he wanted to do with the time. But he wanted a little more time. But he had never come to this city. Had he never accepted Gertrude's invitation, none of this would have ever happened. It is this shallowness that has caused things to deteriorate to this extent. He knows how to break free from this dead end, and he is determined to do it. Frankly, had Shoni not devised a new plan, he might have even wanted to carry out Gertrude's plan. But hypothetically, if the past him had wanted to do this, it would have only been to lessen the weight of sin within his heart. Now, however, he will say that it is not for atonement. He shoots a glance at Shoni and Kreide. There we go. One, an eminent maestro, the other, his dear new friend. He thinks to himself, they deserve to live much more than he does. What he does not realise is that the moment he opened himself up completely to the music, he was no longer able to hide his emotions. Ebenholz, don't do anything stupid. Grafurtica, my dear, you are this piece's beginning. Even if you forcibly reverse this piece and incorporate it into your own mind, how will you deal with the dissonance and contradiction? Struggle to your dying breath. One by one, they will all want to flee, and they all want to flee their fates, but how and why? For 15 years I lived in their shadows, but at long last, I've won. I've won. Fate is on my side. None of you will escape, not a single one. Go on, Sightly. The musicians seem to be fighting against the very music they play. Did Gertrude also arrange this? This, I'm not so sure. Situation seems to have arisen during our performance. Please exit the auditorium. Once again, please exit the auditorium. Imagine living in the world where you can literally unironically say, damn, this music is dangerous, we need to leave. Ah, the MC just asked the audience to leave. Look. Shut him up. Indeed. What are you doing? Just shutting up an infected. Do you have any idea what's going on? All I know is if you don't shut up as well, you're going to end the same way. Don't do it. Oh fuck, this music's on. Even if I can only buy you a bit of time. Would you ask Kreide whether he wants to break free of his old life? His answer would surely be yes. Well, yeah, but the music isn't literally a danger, is what I meant. His grandpa told him that his body was extremely special, something he gradually discovered himself. The people around him would start to suffer, and those he treated with kindness would leave him in the end, so he started to distance himself from them. But he doesn't find it a terrible existence. The first thing he learned during his long life of vagrancy was that cursing fate doesn't make life any better. He can only find the meaning of his life from the few things he can do in the moment. No. No. Let's not start doing a who can sacrifice themselves the hardest. And now he realizes that it is his cue. No life is worth more than any other, but he has made friends and received I can never say that right. Comradeship, I'm just going to say that. It's easier to say. He feels fulfilled. The sunlight shines warmly outside. It is a good day to die. Okay, calm down, Wolf. What? Hello. Cried, what is he doing? Ryder, not you too. Cherney, how could the music you've poured your life into be trampled like this? Besides, I'm the end of the piece. It's only fitting that I do this, right? You have any idea what you're doing? Ebonholes, don't stop. Just keep matching my rhythm. But then you'll... Let's put the finishing touches on our final performance together, okay? No. Trust me, Ebonholes. Cherney, I'll take care of this. I believe in you. No. The piece has gone back to normal? No, something's wrong. Kreide is... Mynheer, something isn't quite right with this infected woman. Look here. Forget it. Why bother with the common infected? The appreciation of music should come first. Listen, everything's gone back to normal now. Seems like whatever happened before was just some shock value for the show. I assume she wanted to demonstrate the difficulty of controlling the voice of Mundane for the purpose of increasing her own value? Ah, you're right. Maybe she's not half bad after all. I hope you two get your souls sucked out or whatever it is that happens with this bullshit. Not only did she prepare such an interesting technique for us, she even treated us to an elegant piece of music. The juxtaposition of light and shadow is vividly reflected in the trio of flute, cello, and piano. Finally, the piece approaches its coda with an ensemble of cello and piano. Listeners strain their ears, expecting to hear the whisper of the cold night, the embrace of darkness, the call of the abyss. But they are greeted only with a long, drawn-out sigh from the void. After what seems like an eternity, applause finally breaks out across the audience and that gradually swells with enthusiasm. But before the applause can sweep across the venue, it crashes against the dissonance of horrified screams. Eh? Did I read that right? Yes, okay, I did. It's over, Kreide. You've done it. No. There's still something I have to do. Kreide, what's happening to your body? Not this song. No! I mentioned it how the other song sounded like this. I didn't want to hear the actual song, not this time. Ebonholes, let's go outside. Cherney, please take Hibiscus and evaluate the audience. Have them get as far away as they can. You... I'd rather not, Zom. I'd rather not look. Kreide, your body... I'm sorry, Cherney. Fraulein Hibiscus. There's so much I want to say to you, but it seems now isn't the time. Take me there, Ebonholes, where I can still control myself. The melody in my head is getting louder and louder. The two melodies are tugging inside my head. Hurry, Ebonholes, take me outside. The concert hall is amplifying both melodies at once. I can't hold on for much longer. I know. Ebonholes, you... I'll take care of Kreide. But... I said I'll take care of Kreide. Hibiscus, go with Cherney and evaluate the crowd. Upon witnessing the metamorphosis take place on stage, the people in the auditorium begin to flee. Panic screams follow one after another, and Hibiscus and Cherney's shouts can be heard among them. However, to Ebenholz's ears, everything is blurring into white noise. His eyes fixate only on the plaza outside the concert hall. You were planning to do this the entire time, weren't you? I should have thought. I just did it on a hunch. A hunch? When I said you were being unusually easygoing today, it was all because of a hunch? No. I truly am glad I got to perform with you and Cherney. This is the happiest I've been my entire life. Then why did you go pull a stunt like this? There are still so many happy things waiting for you. But if I didn't, then either you or Cherney would have done it, right? So that means it somehow falls upon you? You've never had a single good day in your entire life, whereas I'm the one who's had enough of living since a long time ago. It should have been me. Sorry, Ebenholz. Why are you apologizing? What do you have to be sorry for? The way I look now, it must be truly hideous, right? I've torn up the clothes you had made for me, haven't I? Those nice, expensive clothes. It's not something you need to care about right now. Don't worry about that. I'll buy as many suits as you want. I'm sorry. You liar. I'm furious with you now, Kreider. I'm really mad. Kreider's too weak to lift his head, but you can hear Ebenholz is sobbing. What's going on? What the hell just happened? No idea, but Ted Cherney said the concert's on hold, and that Hibiscus Girl was desperately urging us to evacuate. It'll be fine though. Nothing's going to happen to us. But the sky suddenly went dark. Do you think some disaster might actually be coming? Think about what the prophecy said. Fate's finale is a symbol. Don't worry, it'll be fine. That prophecy also called Hibiscus a fiend. It's starting to rain. See? Nothing to be scared of. It's just a bit of rain. We're here. Feel any better? I don't think so. I only managed to forcefully suppress that sensation. What do I need to do now? Hurry and tell me. I want to ask you a few questions. Go ahead. Ask me anything you want. Ebenholz, do you think that your fate is tragic? Is my fate tragic? I used to think so. But after I met you, I realized that the past me was just crying bloody murder over nothing. That's not your fault. I shackled you, stole your freedom, blindfolded your eyes, and plugged your ears. That's not your fault. Then, do you think my fate is tragic? The first time I heard your life story, it really did come as a huge shock to me. But I've gradually learned that your life isn't tragic. In fact, it seems very filling. That's great to hear. Kreider, I can't hold it back any longer, but let me finish, Ebenholz. The voice of Mundane's completed melody swirls around my head, and the Witch King's residual power howls within me. Cruel thoughts are tearing at my chest, forcing me to bow down to fate. They're forcing me to say that our stories were painful, our reunion was misfortune, and that our fates are tragic. But Ebonholes, I will rebuke them. Do you understand, Ebonholes? I won't deny that the voice of Mundane has caused us untold suffering. I won't deny that your life as a graph, filled with humiliation and scorn, was a misfortune. I won't deny that my experiences living an unstable life of wandering have been tragic. But I will deny, I will always deny, that the suggestion that my life is defined by those words. My grandpa carried a burden like me around for over 10 years. During those years, I've lived in abject poverty, denied a relationship with anyone but Grandpa. But as long as I give kindness to others, I can feel their kindness in return. I even met a teacher who was willing to teach me how to play the cello. Not violin. Most importantly, after more than 10 years, I met you again. Ebonholes, don't forget. Don't ever forget. We are both subjects of that cruel, inhumane experiment, and we survived. When we feel like cursing our own fates, we cannot afford to forget that. We met each other again, became friends again, and delivered a perfect performance on stage together. Are we not lucky? We've already been blessed. Actually, is there anyone out there luckier than us? No, and it never will be. I understand. I get it. No, you still don't get it. Ryder's voice is already laced with a deep rumbling, the growl of a monster. But to Ebonholes, even those words are gentle, like words of advice from an older brother to his younger sibling before a long trip. If you really get it, then please don't weep for me, Ebonholes, my dearest brother. We were supposed to die together here. To bury everyone in that concert hall along with us. But we fought it. To others, this resistance might seem insignificant, but it was a chance for us to give everything for each other. This was a sacrifice that both of us were willing to make. It just happened to be me who did it in the end, that's all. A wonderful opportunity to give everything for each other, asking nothing in return. We walked a path of rebellion against fate, just like Czerny did when he poured his life into composing that piece for us. So, stand up and hold your head high, Ebonholes. There's still one last thing for you to do, and that is to use everything you have to defeat me, to keep me from destroying everything here. Do you understand? I do. I really like that look in your eyes. Kryder unsteadily shambles to the centre of the plaza. With each step he takes, the Reginium crystals erupt from his body, his flesh and blood beginning to churn. Strange melodies linger over the plaza. The crystals rapidly envelop Kryder's body, transforming into armor, transforming into instruments. In a heartbeat, the being once known as Kryder is swallowed up, and in place stands a monstrosity. Anyone who sees this monster has 3 words flash into his mind. The Witch King. Fucking Walmart budget patriot. I stand at a critical juncture. My exalted Demanen Heden. My dear infected brothers and sisters. And you too, Ebonholes. Hearken. Listen well to my final piece. Castigate me, lament for me, cry for me, sing for me. Because today I shall die and you will be reborn. I don't actually want to play the stage, I just want to get the story over with. Okay, let's see what this motherfucker has to do. Where did that go down? I didn't see where it went. That way, okay.
Fear not! Here I come!
Fuck, that's not the right... I need to swap this, I need to reverse the polarity.
Let's begin.
I'm gonna have to retreat her. Fuck.
Forwards!
I'll charge the face me! Doctor, leave the big guys to me.
At your service. Speeding up!
I need healing.
Anyone hungry?
Shit, they took 2 block! No! Fuck! Ah! Hunting hell. Get me, person, hot. Congratulations, you're the new Myrtle.
Than that.
Fuck. Oh, it's fucked it.
I'm ready. Here's something yummy for you. Push forward, Commander! Ura!
Wait, what have you done? No, I missed a tidbit. What have you done? Okay, it's red, so I'm assuming that's bad.
Push forward, Commander! Ura!
Get rid of her. Okay. But what is it that you're doing?
Fear not! Here I come!
ついてきて Rice not my specialty! 問題ないわ Rice not my specialty!
Shut up.
Something here. I need to do something here. I need to do something here.
Here's something yummy for you.
I need to do something. What is it? What can I do?
At your service.
Anyone hungry? Let me do it. Let me do it.
It's my duty to stand here.
Oh, you're not in the way anymore. Okay, it's gonna go all the way around, I'm assuming. Fuck me in the asshole. There is people.
I'm so tired. Get away from me, please.
There we go. That's all I needed.
Hey, dummy, bring it on. Ora, shikkari.
You are not attacking the Witch King with that power. Please. There we go. Do some damage to him at least. There's going to be a second phase as well. I'm running out of time. Three, four, five, six, 7. Motherfucker.
I will protect everyone. Doctor, come on, show me what you got. 私ならここに
Fuck. Buzzer runs in the wrong place.
Anyone hungry?
Okay, I need to bring someone back. Okay, good. Motherfuck. There.
奴らを通さなければいいの。
Wrong time to do that.
私ならここ医者の言葉はしっかり聞いて。ついてきて。
There we go. We killed the caster. Please do not go through there. Do another round. Do another round, please. There we go.
I'm so tired. The distance.
Okay, there's no more spawning, which means there is going to be a second phase. Get it before you drain. Okay. Oh, slugs. Oh. Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me, you bitch. Oh, he's attacking them. He's attacking them. But they're also not counting. They're not counting as kills.
Can I? The distance. There! 大丈夫。すぐ治るから。I will protect everyone. Push forward, Commander. Hurrah! I'm here. Hurrah, 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 hurrah! Try some of my specialty.
Oh my god.
問題ない。こういう香りは好き?
Be a distraction.
Some of my specialty.
Oh, you're doing multiple targets. Of course you are. Oh, that was good timing.
Doctor, leave the big who's next.
Oh, that is doing nothing.
Try some of my specialty.
Oh god, you're knocking out multiple at a time as well.
Anyone hungry? Doctor の言う通り
That's not doing do anything, but Ah! Ah! Wait, where did he go? Where did he go? Ah!
Let's begin.
He died?
It's my duty to stand here.
Oh, we got him. Okay, nice.
Awaiting order.
Oh, so I could have gotten a 3-star if I put someone in a better position for Lapland. If I didn't change Lapland out originally, or if I didn't need to change Gavial out originally for Lapland, it would have been fine. Oh, oh well. Doesn't matter, a win's a win, we can actually get back to this. Stupid, foolish boy. You didn't have to do this. Why did you go so far for a world that owes you so much? Sir? You must leave now. Reginium activity is rising rapidly in this area. I want to see my grandson one last time. Only a little further. Hibiscus, distract him. Kryder, Grandpa's here. You... Kryder, my boy. Vent whatever anger you have on me. Come to me, before you do any more harm. I deceived you for so many years. I thought about dying for your sake, but I never thought you would come to an end like this. If your choice is to let the others live, why not let me come with you in my last days? Let me join you on your final journey, my boy. The crystalline monster no longer understands the old man's words. The flash of lucidity was a fleeting miracle. All the monster can think about now is dragging everything around it into emptiness, dancing to the cello's tune. The monster follows the sound, playing a song of death. Sir? Young lady, why do you... I'll hold down the fort here. Ebonholes, now. I don't want to see this person again. Yeah, fuck you, and it didn't work. How? Friendship, dedication, sacrifice, such childish ideas should have been shattered upon contact. With reality. How? How? It's not over yet. Kryder may have forcefully assimilated 2 vassals of the voice mundane, but he could not have overcome the disorder and madness of their amalgamation. Amalgamation, there we go. Kryder's melody has faded, but Ebonholz's voices linger. Thank you. Enough, Grafenstrollo. Gertrude's limp hand drops from the strings. Beegler withdraws his dagger from Gertrude's back. The blood stains his clothes red. If only you'd done that sooner, like before she started messing with the music. The Originium outer shell cracks and falls apart. The plaza falls silent. The only sound being inert pieces of Originium shell falling to the ground. then Choni would have likely died. I know, but like, he still had a plan. She turned it into a chaotic mess. Finally, the shell shatters completely, leaving behind Kreido lying on the ground with his cello. Oh, I didn't see the... Oh, I didn't see the mask break. Either way, this would have been the outcome Kreido would have chosen since all Gertrude. Yeah, I know he did plan it right from the get-go. But that's not going to stop me wishing otherwise. Blech. He did say that if he kill her now, he would die too. Yeah, but I mean, that was kind of a lie if this was happening anyway. Or it was not necessarily a lie, but she just didn't think it. Wait for me. Wait for me. No, it's dangerous. We should call infected palliative services. What are you saying? Kreido won't die. You're awake, Kreido. See? He'll be fine. Holes? I'm here. It's me. Don't bother. I feel light. It hurt so much, but I feel better now. Yes, you'll get better, yes. Listen carefully, Ebonholes. This is the last time I'll be able to talk to you. Remember my words. Live on, Ebonholes, and walk through the long night. Fight injustice, and treat others with generosity and charity. Only by doing so will I live on in your memory. I'll ask you, how did your day go, Ebonholes? And you'll tell me proudly that you had a good and productive day. You'll tell me about the challenges you face while doing good, and complain about how fate is a miser. And it'll be okay, because I'll be listening. It's alright to complain a little, when you've worked so hard. Only by doing so will you rise above pain and suffering, and find peace in your heart. Remember that we fought together against cruel fate and won. When you think of me, laugh, don't cry. Yes, yes. Ebonholes, sorry. I haven't thought about what token to give you. Anything's fine, just don't die, please. Kreido? 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 No, I won't listen to it. Thank you, Aragorn. They'll find themselves shattered someday, but that is not today. Friendship, dedication, sacrifice. They may be naive, but someone will shed a tear for them. What about you, though, Graffin Stroller? You destroyed your friendship with Cherney by your own hands. You killed your own brother and laughed at his incompetence. You want others to sacrifice for you, but what have you done for them? Gertrude lies limp on the ground. Good. With only her lips moving slightly. My curse be upon you. Fuck off. Beagler reads Gertrude's lips. May you die in a dark ditch. May the madness of Ebenholz's bloodline haunt him forever. May the Afterglow fall into ruin. May Lithanian ever tremble in the shadow of the Witch King. May the Witch King never know peace of death. Pathetic. Literally what I was thinking. And I'm not going to unsee Beagler literally doing the pathetic meme, and I hope someone has drawn that somewhere. They've got to have. Maybe I acted out of impulse, but dealing with threats to public safety is also part of my job. I'm glad you fucking did. I'll be sure to mention you in my report, Graffin Stroller. Does there need to be any mention of her? Can we just forget about her? She doesn't really deserve it. Good night. I hope your dreams don't involve cursing anybody. Your hand's bleeding. Did you get scratched by Reginium crystals? Ah. Yes, I guess there's a bit of blood. You need treatment immediately. Treatment? It's Crido needs treatment. Ebenholz, his... Don't say it, Hibiscus. I beg you. Alright. He's infected, Ebenholz. If you don't want palliative services to get involved, at least find a room that's isolated, for his own sake. I know. The lounge at the concert hall. Alright. I'll take him there. I will. Come, Crider. I'll carry you. Ebenholz lifts Crider up. The Reginium crystals inflict more wounds on him, but he pays them no heed. He carries his friend, even as he feels the body cooling, as though embracing a short but sweet dream. We're almost here, Crider. Just a little longer. Thank you. You're still alive? I'll take you to Hibiscus. Lay me to rest in this building. If you return to the Afterglow someday, you'll remember that you once had a good friend with whom you've laughed and argued here. At last, a duet to remember. No, you're not Crider, you're... Isn't this what you wanted? What's your mouth? I won't allow you to foul his memory. Crider gave his life to cleanse the voice of mundane, but it's still in my head. Fuck off. I warn you, don't think I'll hesitate to blow my own head off if you dare imitate him one more time. Foolish bloodline. Right, of course, there was fucking nothing anyway. Okay. Fuck you too, then, game. Holes no longer hears the voice. Well, that better be, no, that better be for it. I hope what I said didn't actually mean what you know what I mean. He walks towards the lounge in the Afterglow hall, crying his body growing heavier in his arms with each step. It better have been like a last hurrah or something and not still there. We're here. I'll seal the room, lie down on the sofa. It's soft, it'll feel nice. Sofa, soft. You've never slept on one at home. Looks like I've been infected. What's that once took so much effort now feels so simple. Maybe getting infected isn't so bad after all. I should do it. I'll seal the door from outside. Anything else? A token, yes, a token. I'll take the cello. Look at me, taking back something I bought for you. Ebenholz's lips tremble. He stands wordless for a moment, before laying his flute at Kreider's side. He said you wanted a coin with a hole, but the only thing I have left is his flute. Sorry. So sorry.
Anyone injured? I've got medicine and bandages.
Oh. Is that all there is? I'm not hiding even a shred of truth from you. The way this was handled was quite a surprise. How should we proceed now? Die. Should we proceed? We don't. This never had anything to do with you to begin with. All we're doing now is making adjustments to how the territory in question will be handled. How does that have anything to do with you? You're right about that. But how things turned out, those infected will get to stay on that city plate. It'll be difficult to keep them from gossiping about this. And who would believe infected nonsense? Then what shall we do next? What should we do next? There's no rush. We still have lots to do. In the next event, I hope we find out who the mysterious question mark person is, and I hope we kill them very slowly. That's all I have to report for this incident. Oh, hello. You're the person from before. Thank you. Have you located the piece that this Charney man wrote during the incident? The Empress's voice is ready to transcribe it at any moment and can personally play it for you in a few moments. No need. I can listen to the recording. Bad. I can even hear him crying from the bottom of his heart as he wrote the piece. He's a talented man. Too bad he's not quite talented enough. Look, Your Highness, you have a lot of nerve. So, how did it go? Not bad. It didn't get worse. Andante said the infection deterioration caused by the incident was unusual. Most infections went into a continuous stable phase, and I'm no exception. It's not going to get worse again like before, right? Andante said they looked into the phenomenon pretty thoroughly. Apparently nearly all the originium that got activated during the incident has gone into an extended low activity state. Shall we stab her too? Yeah, sure, why not? Yeah, it took 2 of them to defeat the Witch King, and they couldn't even do that. In other words, I get to hang around a little longer. Thank goodness. Right, does Andante know what the Herzog is going to do with the Afterglow? Well, this is just what she said she heard, but apparently the Empress's voice has requested that the Herzog not lay a finger on the Afterglow. Thank heavens. And thank their Majesty's kindness. Keep it down. What do we do from here on out? Oh, shut up. Don't think things have gotten out of hand enough as it is. What to do from here on out? Live one day at a time, that's what. I should have burned any records of him in that case. Yep. I want to live more than a day, though. Then you should really keep your mouth shut. Hibiscus, I finally get it now. There are some things that you're better off not knowing anything about. I guess I'll apply to be transferred somewhere else as soon as I'm done with the follow-up work here. Maybe I'll go to the land ship. That sounds nice. I guess that's how we get the reserve op. Don't move. The Witch King seems as deathless as Cashew at this point. True, but there was a way of destroying at least to the Witch King's sort of memory thing. Okay, granted it would have swallowed up the entire area, but it does make me wonder. There is a way to destroy those things. I mean, it might not be the same. I mean, I'm guessing the the Deathless, the Black Snake, whatever you want to call it, is naturally that way. In many ways, the Witch King doing it was quite unnatural. But if there's a will, there's a way. It does make me wonder if maybe there might be a way of getting rid of the Black Snake some point in the future. It does, however, require someone to actually look into this, though. It took a lot of effort just to find you. Do you have anything to say? It was your men who tricked Kryder into coming to Visserheim, right? Everything you said was the truth, except for the bit about payment. You knew he was in a hurry to make money from my treatment, and you lured him into this mess with that. But you two had nothing against each other. Why did you do it? If I told you, I'd have to kill you. I don't have much longer to live to begin with. Alright then. Seeing as we're old colleagues, I'll tell you. Grafenstraller was already looking for Kryder, and she was very close to finding him. So what? Kryder was always here by my side, and that practically meant you had full control of him. You read her research notes. You know full well just how terrifying her work on the Voice of Mundane was. Until I got my hands on her notes, all I knew was that she had put a lot of time into researching the subject, but I never knew the true extent of her research. If Cashew is like the mythology, he has a convoluted... Yep, that's kind of one thing I was wondering, actually, when we when it got shown in the Discord and we were looking at the thing that Kasha was based on, it does now make me wonder if there will eventually be a story or event that has that side of it, destroying the thing, or destroying him. And it does also make me wonder if it'll actually be somewhat part of what's going on in the current arc we already have, because Tallulah, we've been following Tallulah, and we even met the new Cashew, so it makes me wonder if it'll actually happen either in that arc or the next arc. But anyway. Actually, did I read that bit? If we let her continue work, she might just have been able to be able to do something even more appalling with the voice of mundane, say triggering and inducing resonance in much greater ranges. You could have woken up in the morning and found your grandson transformed into a monster. Would you have wanted that? Rather than letting things come to that, it was much better to bring Kryder right to her than put the rush on her and let her put her plan in motion before she could work out the kinks. So, any more questions? What would you have done if Ebenholz hadn't found the amplifiers in the Afterglow Hall? What do you think? However the Afterglow turned out, that's how I would have turned out myself. No further questions. Come with me then. Not going to kill me? I've got no reason to kill you. And you would have given me yet another thing to weigh on my conscience. I think Ursus is a nation since he'll come back as long as Ursus stays as it is. Well, maybe not necessarily Ursus as a nation, but rather Ursus as it currently is in that culture. Which actually makes what the Emperor wants to do and make things more progressive actually very dangerous for the Snake. Because if that would be enough to change Ursus fundamentally, would that mean he no longer has that power? Come, let's head to my shop for a cup of coffee. We'll talk about those stupid honourable young men. Must I? What do you think? Oh, we're back here. Lava? Oh, no. Why do you push yourself like that? If anything happened to you, I'd never forgive you. Huh? Oh, you're talking about what happened in Visserheim, right? Look, I'm all fine. And who was it that had a standoff with an angry mob? And who didn't evacuate knowing that she'd be affected by the voice of mundane? And who fought those people even though she barely learned any arts? I don't remember telling you any of this. I already talked to Mr. Cherney. He told me everything. If he wanted to know the whys and wherefores, why didn't you come talk to me directly? I actually visited Mr. Cherney to ask him about my piano teacher in Lithanian, Mr. Johan. Mr. Johan, rather. Why did I say Johan? I've never said that before. And it was only after we kept talking that I found out about... that I found out you almost... I'm warning you. If something like this happens again, don't you dare push yourself like that. You hear me? You hear me? Alright. Don't cry anymore. Look, see, I'm alright. But your infection... Yes, it's got rather severe thanks to the voice of mundane, but it's under control now, so... No, that's not enough. You've always been on my case about my health, but you don't care about what happens to you at all. Oh, I'm suddenly seeing a bit of mirroring here. If I lost you, Lover, I promise I'll look out for myself more, okay? Really? Really? Don't you dare lie to me. Why would I? The doctor gave me quite a long holiday, you know? I'm going to spend this time well and get some quality rest in. Alright now, you said you asked him about Mr. Johan. How is he? Mr. Cherney said he saw Mr. Johan at a gathering a year ago, and that he was fine as well. Speaking of, you went all the way to Lyfanian yourself, and even got a flute for your wand. Did you learn how to play while you were there? You mean this? The most I'm doing with it is treating it as a wand. I don't know how to play. Really? Of course, really. You're just being shy, aren't you? Why would I be shy around this? About this, rather. I don't believe you. Play something. Well, alright, here goes. Alright. I swear if it's going to end up being the tune... Oh. Never mind. Okay. I'm glad. It was either going to be funny or depressing. I'm glad they went with the funny. That's the worst sound I've ever heard in my life. Thanks for your concern, Doctor. I'm feeling very well. And I must thank you again for the protection you are offering the Afterglow. If you and Rhode Island hadn't intervened, the Empress's voice would have never had lifted a finger for my home. I figured that would be the case. Just doing my job, helping the infected with Rhode Island's creed. The Afterglow is a lot easier to handle than... I'm not going to say that. I mean, it's probably true, but I'm not going to say that. It's exactly as you said, and I'm starting to appreciate that more and more. I suppose there must be a reason you summoned me here. God, that's tiny text. You asked me to be deployed to the front lines, and I have to confirm your intentions. I've already written my thoughts in full on the report. Your condition's stable, but your infection's serious. Anything can happen in battle. I'm prepared. Truth be told, Doctor, when Hibiscus helped me up and walked me to the concert hall, I was already prepared to die. Has Man's got any combat experience? Even though so much has happened, and things turned out nothing like I had imagined, I lived. It really feels quite peculiar, and I cannot describe it very well, whether through words or music, not magic. I'm not expecting to find out how to express this feeling on the battlefield, but I'm thinking that it might prove beneficial if I try to fight for the infected in an entirely different way. I understand how you feel, but do wait for your evaluation results. I understand. Speaking of which, Ebenholz is here too, is he? Of course. I haven't seen him at all since the day we arrived at Rhode Island. Sometimes I can't help but think that the black-clad Graf Vertica might have actually died. According to Lyfanian's official reports, he is indeed gone. He is alive and well, give him some time. Ironically, that actually helped get our cooperation with Lyfanian on track. Yep, that makes sense. You're right. Well then, I'll take my leave now, Doctor. Speaking of Ebenholz, it happens the next thing on my agenda has to do with him. Do you want to see him? Never mind, I don't dare to claim I know how much this incident has affected him. I can only imagine. If there comes a day when he's willing to see me or Hibiscus, we'll talk then. Goodbye, Doctor. God. I look forward to hearing the music you'll write off the battlefield. I hope it'll be no less impressive than your past work. I'll say that. I loved the options. Goodbye, silence, or very well thought out option. Oh, hello. Doctor, I'm surprised you found me here. Some nice fresh air with all the wind up here, helps de-stress. There's an operator who saw you here. Nah, I'll just say that. I don't need de-stressing. Imp. I digress. I'm a messenger today. Here's a letter for you. A letter? Where is it from? Lyfanian. I have an idea what it is. Hand it over. Need me to stay and open it with you? One of my many services. I feel like someone has made the Doctor do this. I feel like we've been made to do this, and we're sort of being a little bit snarky there. You're a funny one. I get that a lot. I really can't imagine you in a fight. Are you always this light-hearted when you're out commanding battles? Just haha, no, refuse to elaborate. Yeah. Probably Amia. It was Calthil Amia, yeah. I definitely feel like it. No, I feel like Amia would do it herself, to be fair, knowing her. So it was most likely Calthil. Is this how you always react when you're embarrassed? I'm going then. Enjoy your alone time. That goes without saying. Well, I now get what the Doctor meant by being a lot to handle. This is the passport of a Lyfanian citizen, Ebenholz. Crydes and Graf Utica's death certificates. There's more. A letter? Oh, please don't do what I think it was going to be. Dear Mr. Ebenholz, congratulations on the freedom that you have been longing for. I am writing this letter to inform you that our common enemy, Graf Utica, has passed away. No, it's not, okay. I would like to extend my sincerest apologies to you in regard to the troubles he and his friends have brought about. It is my hope that this letter and the files enclosed may reach you as a consolation. I'm guessing this letter got fudged the first time they did the event, considering what everyone's saying about it being fixed. P.S. Please ensure that the death of Graf Utica remains a cold hard fact. Yeah, it skipped entirely. Oh, god blimey. Otherwise, our joint effort will eventually go down the drain. Signed? Signed? God damn it. It's not signed. An anonymous letter. Okay, I'm really glad that it's not what I was thinking it was going to be. See, I was thinking it was going to be a letter from Cryde, because seeing as the way he acted, he already planned on going the self-sacrifice route. I was worried it was going to be like a final letter or something. And I'm really glad it's not, because I wouldn't have been able to do that. Probably Beagler. Wouldn't surprise me, yeah. It's the only person who really knows him personally, I guess. Or just my impression of her. Or maybe a her. Rhode Island Operator Ebenholz presses the tip of his wand to the letter and sets it ablaze. Not long after, the flames reach the passport, then the Count of Urtica's death certificate, and then Krydes. Doesn't he need that passport, though? Because I'm fairly certain Rhode Island doesn't count as a country. I don't think he can get a passport from them. The smell of burning paper spreads across the deck. Ebenholz picks up the cello next to him. He thinks back to how his dear friend played the cello, closes his eyes, and begins to play a simple, lively melody. When the twin empresses first took control, countless pieces of music singing their praises sprung up all over Lifanian. This, too, is one of those pieces. Today, the second half of the song has been long forgotten. Only the first half is still sung by a small number of people, thanks to its uplifting melody, and the lyrics openly express the singer's cheerful mood. The sunset is glaringly bright. Oh, come on. Come on. Okay. Sky is blue and fine. The breeze lifts by in song. The river murmurs clear. My heart is filled with hope. I still like that they took that song and just decided to add lyrics to it. But it's also weird though, because you can't really sing in melody or with that. But anyway. Well, we've done it. Well, fuck you, game.
Call me whenever you need me.
Well, that's it for me today. I'm not even going to comment on that. I don't think it deserves it. It was a very good story. A very good story. Not one I shall be reading again forever, but a very good story. I am not sure what my plans will be this week coming. It's the first week back to work since the holidays. I'm probably going to play some Valhalla, most likely Tuesday. And obviously I'll be continuing on with Chapter 12, which is somewhat unfortunate because apparently Chapter 12 is...
Oh, never mind.
Piss off, Korea. Is somewhat depressing as well, so I might wait a little bit. Not much, obviously. I won't do a hiatus like I did last time. I'll just give it a couple of days. I'll probably just do it next Saturday or something. Give myself a bit of time. But that's the general idea anyway. Mind taking a look at the event furniture? I mean... I don't know. Fine, I guess. Isn't it here? Oh, I can't look at them. Okay. Is it going to be in the event shop then? Or the shop, rather? No, furniture store. These things? Event shop, okay. These are the only ones, isn't it? Yeah. Stage floor. Used in the door. Yeah. Floor paneling in the style of a concert hall stage, said to have good acoustic qualities. Young operators often run around on it while Shirley is playing. The effect that it has on sound is negligible. Thick wood pattern wallpaper with tightly packed holes to absorb sound. The wallpaper alone is not enough to completely block out noise. Even the snoring of the operator next door. Probably, I've forgotten his name now. The one that sleeps in the dorm room. A plaster object, the theme of which is inscrutable, though is not partly to its making. It consists of chalk-coloured main body, an elegant ebony frame, and piano key-shaped ornaments rising towards the clouds. Speaking of, using as all, yeah, blah blah. Semi-transparent black screen stand in contrast with the white light of the lamps, like faint dark clouds that barely manage to block even starlight. Serene with a tinge of regret, like a minor seventh chord. Elegant hanging lamps when chimes do not ring when the power is on. Okay, maybe it was in the store then. I'm not actually sure what it is I'm looking for to be specific. Oh, not that one. Ooh. Ooh. I liked that one. There it is. Okay, it would have to be one of these three then. Oh, is it stage reward? My god, I'm going back and forth here at the moment, aren't I? Secret base. Yeah, there's three. I'm going to assume it's probably that one, but let me have a look at this first. A blue curtain inspired by the landscapes of noble Lithuanian painter. Which one? The commoners out there freezing on the streets have the time to lament the sunset's passing, but not to appreciate the equal beautiful night. A floor lamp with a 16th note motif. The design was Hibiscus's idea. The other two said nothing, but both privately thought it would have a detrimental effect on the lifespan of the light tube. The one below. Yes, that one probably. And then there's just this one. Yeah, just a unique among the masses, and you should envy only yourself, bruh. What was the other thing? There. The irregular clothing rack. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I'll probably look at it much later. I'm not going to do it now. Does anyone know which file it is? The third one. Archive file 3. Not file. Okay. Promotional record. Oh, and oh, promotional record? Go back. Voice line. Oh, I thought it was an archive file. If it looks at operator stories. If I want to see an operator story, I go to this. This is what people normally mean. That one, is it? No. No, I don't know. I don't know, I'll look another time. This thing. Right. Operator records. Okay. Not going to look into it now though, because that's probably going to take quite a time. I can't be asked. I'm going to leave it here. Mainly just because I'm starting to struggle now to actually, you know. Yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging around. Until next time, probably Tuesday, I'm not sure yet. I will see you later. Bye-bye.